morning, everyone. Gosh, haven't seen you since last month. So funny. All right, where am I? Hey Lou, good morning. There we go. Hi! Very worried about breaking stuff. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Turn that off. Just updating my schedule. We do have the game working today. We do have video games. Yeah, we're branching out.
Well, April is not as hilarious as I expected.
I just said a good joke forth. I said I haven't seen you since last month. That was hilarious. Thank you very much for thank you. And Sect, thank you for 45 months. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for tier 3. Thank you very much. Happy April. Yeah. It's a tradition. Hey, Gremlin. Good morning. Yeah, today we've got Lamplight City. Tomorrow we have... what are we playing tomorrow? I literally just did my schedule. So we're going to finish Siberia tomorrow. We're going to finish Siberia. And if we finish early, we'll either do... a bit of crafting, or we will play Lamplight City tomorrow, because I think we're going to finish Siberia 3 hours-ish. So I think this will fit quite nicely in. It's, considering we did some crafting yesterday, I'm kind of in the mood. It's a little Haru from Gundam. Or just go home. Yeah, I can send you guys home if you want. If you don't want to be here, that's all right, you know? No. Refresh it, Sect. You'll see. You'll see I updated it. Yeah. I may be thinking 3 hours. Oh, Lou, it's on your list of games. It's been good so far. I won't give you any spoilers for it, but it's been really enjoyable so far. I do really recommend it. I think I picked it up in the sale, so maybe summer sale. Summer sale, you can get it and give it a go. Yeah, I updated all my schedules this morning. I was really on time. We did manage to fix the games. So the games are streamable now, which is great. Yeah, everything's fixed. And we'll try and take some pictures of the book nook tonight as well. Dog cam is back to being filled with dog. I didn't want to put her blanket on her. But she demanded it. So she's got it. I think she's going to get too hot with it. But she can kick it off while she's asleep. She's just such a little lady. No. Leaving's not an option. They're lying. Can't get out of the dungeon. Oh, no. Okay. I thought the Switch thing was today. Yeah, I keep getting games when they're on sale. Yeah. It's just, those low prices are just so tantalizing. Yeah, I get that. I try to plan a little bit ahead to see what I'm feeling like I want to play. I try not to over buy so that I don't get round to them. Actually, I just spotted some games that I can uninstall. Uninstall. The satisfaction of finishing a game and uninstalling it. Hey, Butthurt, good morning. Has anyone played Witchwood? Do you not uninstall your games, Roku? How do you have space for new ones? Yeah, has anyone played Witchwood? It's I picked it up in the last sale. And it's a crafting adventure game set in a land of gothic fables and fairy tales. Like, that sounds delicious. It's Witchwood with a Y. Like Siberia with a Y. I was gonna play it like it was between Witchwood and Lamplight. But I looked away. I wasn't quite in the mood for crafting. I think I've got to be in a specific kind of mood. Oh, played Witchwood, but I can't remember. You can't remember if you enjoyed it, Rug. So I decided not to. I'm tempted to save it till autumn. Maybe I won't. I also got a game called Four Last Things, which is a Renaissance point-and-click adventure game. It's a point-and-click adventure game made from Renaissance-era paintings and public domain recordings of classical music. It's about sin and the four last things, death, judgment, heaven, and hell, and strives to be intelligent and ridiculous in equal measures. Looks quite fun. There's lots of naked photos, not photos, paintings, so I think I got a bit worried that it would get, that I wouldn't be able to play it on Twitch. Oh, you think of Voodoo Detective? Yeah, I kind of get it. I think I might have picked it up around the same time I was playing Voodoo Detective. It's like the indie point and click.
But only because they'd made some adjustments to Harley Quinn's.
Figure a smaller for all the lighting effects on it, or... Thank you. Yeah, you look with your eyes and not with your hands. Yeah. Well, I do quite like I like a point and click. I like a puzzle game. I like an indie game, but they've got, you know, got to be specific about it. Well, you think Witchwood is cool? Okay. I'll take that as a good recommendation. I'm tempted to save it till autumn because it kind of looks a little bit autumny. If you do like similar games to me, though, I would recommend American Arcadia. Oh, I fucking could devour a murder mystery. I love murder mystery. Like, if every game I played was a murder mystery, I wouldn't be playing enough murder mystery games. I love them. I'd say it was probably my favorite genre, like a detective murder mystery. I don't want them to be too grotty, though. Like, I don't want to feel too bad for the person that's died. You know? No, I haven't. An Erica Reed thriller. American Arcadia. It's not a murder mystery. It's a kind of dystopian, but not like it is dystopian. I don't know how to explain it. It's a very special game. Oh. FBI agent Erica Reed has an uncanny talent. She can see the past and piece together how a crime unfolded. That's what I expected On Your Tail to be. Oh, look, she's already sticking her leg out. She's like, oh, I'm too hot. Her younger brother Scott but not even the Sixth Sense could save her younger brother Scott from a brutal serial killer. 3 years later, the investigation into Scott's murder has gone cold, but Erica's work has only just begun. Oh. I quite like the sound of that. I don't know whether it's too do you think it's going to be too dark for me? Hang on, I'll get it. American Arcadia. American Arcadia is a cinematic puzzle game that combines 2.5D platformer and first-person to tell the tale of a thrilling escape experience, the extraordinary story of Trevor, an average man escaping from the world's most popular reality TV show. And the platform isn't hard. I hate platforming games, and it was fine. It wasn't hard. Oh, not as graphic? Okay. Oh, Susie. Sorry, guys. Sorry. The Crimson Diamond. Oh. This is now just going to be a stream of me like Crimson Diamond. Oh, I've already got it. Yeah. I'm already watching it. Sherlock Holmes: The Awakened remaster. Did I play that? Or did I skip that one? Yeah, Jack the Ripper was... No, I wouldn't recommend it. It had like real pictures of the actual like murders. Who's got more comfy toys? Oh, the dog. So this pillow was actually hers. I took it because it's it's comfier. I'd say probably she's more comfy just because she kind of gets whatever she wants. Like she ends up taking all the comfy stuff. There we go. I covered her modesty a little bit. I don't know if she's gonna get too hot on that one leg, but yeah, she's a prince. She gets whatever she wants. She gets whatever blankets she wants. She gets whatever pillows she wants. That was my blanket, the strawberry one that she's got on. That was mine. The Tigger toy, that was mine as well. She wanted it. She got it. Yeah, no, she's such a sweetie. Such a sweetie. She gets whatever she wants, and I'm okay with that. Well, no, like, you know, she doesn't get all the plushies. She doesn't get to take all of my plushies, but like, she's trying to kick it off. Man, keep your bumhole under wraps. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. I haven't played that one. Got it. Oh, is it Capcom?
Phoenix right here.
I won't watch the... Oh, fun. I tend not to play visual novels on stream. It doesn't quite look like a visual novel. Just because I find them a little bit slow for stream. Like Phoenix Wright. I have done. That was actually Phoenix Wright was one of the first streams that I played. First games that I played. But I don't tend to play them. I wouldn't play Phoenix Wright again, I don't think. I play Apollo Justice in my own time. It's the game I've got going. I don't know, Lamplight City music. It's the game I've got going on after stream. Yeah. Hey, Ken! This month. Oh, I love Phoenix Wright. I love Phoenix Wright. Love it. Like, one of my favorite game series. I just, I wouldn't play them on stream because for me, they're just a little bit too slow for stream. They're like, we played the first Danganronpa on stream, and then started the second one, and it's a lot of reading, because they're not voiced, and they're very slow, kind of, I mean, the first Apollo Justice put me to sleep while I was playing it off stream. So I wouldn't have wanted to try and play it on stream. I really enjoyed it, but I did fall asleep during it sometimes. You could play Bridge. I've never played Bridge before. I've got that one on my, like, I'm watching that one, Lou. I think I've got that one on my to-do. Yeah. I've got it on my to-do list. My doggo also gets whatever he wants. Yeah, found myself on the edge of the bed with no blankets. But if it makes you feel any better, I think that they push you off the bed because they want to be closer to you. So it's like, it's kind of cute. Yeah, the tiny screen is nice, isn't it? And the music's really good with Lamplight as well. Yeah, for me, Danganronpa was a bit too gory, actually. I've thought about playing it outside of stream because obviously I've got the second one and the third one. And I've got a friend who's really enjoyed them. But I don't know, they're just a bit miserable. I know, like, murder mysteries aren't, you know, feel good. They don't always make you feel good. But it's just, I don't know, just... I just can't get on board with killing 12 children. You know, they're a little bit too... It's just a bit too miserable. Oh, look at that little leg. Yeah. Yeah, no, this has been very enjoyable. I do recommend it. Oh, 10 is fine. 12's too far. Yeah, go with 10. Yeah, you don't want to be the wrong side of 12. All right, let me sleep, Bill. Okay. You remember Bill? I fucking hate Bill. So, turn off now if you don't want any spoilers as well. So you remember Bill? We didn't save Bill. Bill fell off the building. The building. Lou, you go have a wonderful look. Have a lovely day. You'll get any spoilers. And I hope you enjoy Lamplight. You'll have to tell us if you do when you do play it. The thing about Danganronpa, sorry, I know we were going to do Lamplight. The thing about Danganronpa is I do kind of want to know what happens at the end. Don't tell me. Because I kind of want to know if what I think was happening was actually what was happening, or whether whether it wasn't. So I am kind of hooked by the premise of it. Yeah. Well, Bill, I guess he probably did explode on impact of the floor. Bill, we were doing a stakeout at a flower shop. This flower shop was being robbed, but they were taking flowers and then paying for them afterwards, but they're still breaking and entering to steal the flowers and then pay for them. We were doing a stakeout to see who was breaking in. The man opens the door to come in, or the criminal, and Bill fucking sneezes, because of course he does. And then we start a chase to chase the guy up to the roof. And then, of course, Bill has been captured at knife point. Bill is shouting at me, "Shoot him, Miles, shoot him!" And I'm trying to talk this guy down because I don't want to shoot him. I'm worried that I'm going to hit Bill. So I start talking to the guy. And we're like, it's just some flowers, it doesn't matter. We can probably work out some kind of sentence for you. The guy doesn't want us to do that. He says, my justice is more important than your justice. There seems to be something else going on in the background. And Bill's like, shoot him, Miles! And he's like, if you shoot me, I'll throw Bill off the side. So we don't want to do that. So we keep talking to him. And basically he gives us an ultimatum to either let him go right now or, take a shot at him. And because Bill had been screaming at me to shoot him, I thought a little bit 4D chess here. I was like, okay, Bill's probably going to die either way, right? I'm just going to presume that in this game, Bill is going to be dead. So Bill is going to die either way. If I let the guy go and Bill falls, or Bill gets pushed anyway, then I haven't tried hard enough to save him. I haven't followed Bill's last request, which was to try and take a shot at the burglar. So I take a shot at the burglar. Bill falls off the building, dies, and now Bill's ghost is haunting us. Bill lives rent-free in our head, literally. And Bill keeps blaming us for killing him. We didn't. He says, he keeps saying it was our fault. So there's a little bit of we don't know whether it's our guilty conscience or whether it's actually Bill, but I choose to think that it's actually Bill. Bill keeps saying, your fault, I'm dead. And It wasn't. I did everything Bill asked us to do. It's Bill's fault Bill is dead, essentially. If Bill hadn't sneezed, if Bill hadn't run off after the burglar by himself, got caught on knife point, Bill wouldn't be dead. Yeah. I don't think I shot Bill, though. I think I missed. I don't think I shot Bill. Did I shoot him? I thought I missed, and the burglar pushed him off the side. I thought that was what it was. I don't think I killed him. I remember seeing blood, but maybe I shot the burglar. You sure I didn't shoot the burglar and it hit him and he pushed Bill? And when we find the burglar, he'll have like a gunshot wound. Maybe I did shoot Bill, but I still feel like that's Bill's fault. Like, yeah, I could have been a better shot, but he asked me to shoot him after I told him all the risks. I was like, Bill, I don't want to shoot you. Bill, I don't want to accidentally miss the burglar and kill you. And Bill was like, take the shot anyway. Try and, you know. Yeah, so we're having to take sleeping pills to sleep. Because Bill is keeping us awake at night. So we're taking some really strong sleeping pills. Our wife hates that we take these sleeping pills. We're getting really kind of mentally unwell from these sleeping pills. And having Bill living in our head, that probably doesn't help. So we were talking to Bill just now, and Bill was like, you've got to stop taking the sleeping pills. We got to, you know, you're not going to get better unless you stop taking the sleeping pills. And we said, okay, if we stop taking the sleeping pills, will you let us sleep at night? Will you stop talking to me and let me sleep at night? And Bill was like, no, I can't do that. Nah. So it's like, Bill is the biggest dickhead. Like, oh, it's not clear if we hit anyone or not. Okay. It's supposed to be like, you know, oh, we're not sure. Yeah. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss Bill. Yeah, so I don't like Bill very much.
Let her be for now. You've got your own things to take care of.
I think we're just heading to sleep, actually. Yeah, I don't know whether he's a figment of my...
Who could that be at this time of night?
I think
Good question, but Adelaide can handle it for now. I need to take my medicine.
Are you serious? You're gonna
certainly
let
have
your
priorities
wife
in order. Go on then.
open...
Get that bottle of rat piss out of your nightstand and let's get this over with.
Addie can handle whoever's at the door.
You're gonna let
I
your
need to take
wife
my
open the
medicine.
door in the middle of the night? Are you serious?
Addie can handle whoever's at the door. I need to take my medicine.
Oh, I'm a dickhead as well, though. Like, Christ, not only Bill. Yeah, what if she gets kidnapped? I bet she is going to get kidnapped. I'm just going to take my...
Ugh, tastes like the devil's sweat.
I'm just going to take my medicine so that I fall
Just stop
asleep.
taking it, you
So
know.
can't
Bill, now is not the time
help
to...
her.
Miles, could you come back out here, please?
Be right there, dearest. Who was
Oh.
that at the door?
A late
Okay.
night courier. You've got a message from up
Oh,
there.
thank God. Fordham, this case makes the last one look simple. Meet me at Rouen ASAP. It's urgent.
Seems this case is rather
But I've already
urgent.
taken my sleeping
Get meet her as
medicine.
soon as possible.
But didn't you just take your soporific? Are you going to be all right to go?
It won't kick in for another hour or so.
Oh my
Should be plenty of time.
All right, I'm going to bed then. Good luck, dear.
Good night, Addie.
Alright. Shall we save? I feel like... Okay. You can't silent it like a phone. Oh, she's very cozy. Happy lady. Hello. Fully drugged out. This is just a series of bad decisions. I just don't know why we took the drugs.
I'm glad you came for
Did we not even consider that maybe
this
it would be something I'd have to go out for?
Shouldn't a respectable young lady like you be in bed by now?
Only if you want to add boring to your list of adjectives.
So, what do you got for me?
An infant kidnapping in Lyon. report came in tonight.
At least
just
it's not
before my
12 of
shift
them.
ended. The
Just
family
one's
wants to
fine.
keep the investigation very low key. They're afraid if word gets out, they'll have all sorts of ne'er-do-wells making false ransom claims.
Well, we are a
That's why I
ne'er-do-well.
suggested they let you investigate first. Head over to 45 Belcourt Street. That's the home of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, the parents of the kidnapped boy.
Harris? As in Harris Construction Company?
The very same, owned by Malcolm's father, no less. Now you
Okay.
see why they wanted to keep
So
this
it's the
out of
grandson that's been
Gee,
stolen.
If they manage to get a new transatlantic airship off the ground, it'll be an aura mine. I can see why they'd make an easy target.
Hey, Zach. Good morning. Happy April, Zach.
Okay, I'm on it. I'll try and find him as soon
We
as I
always
possibly
try
can.
and be professional.
Right. Good luck on your investigation. Come see me again once you've figured things out, or if you just need to talk. I'll be here all day tomorrow as well, so feel free to stop by.
I just really feel like we should go home and take a nap. But I should imagine we shan't be doing that.
Mr. Miles Fordham is here to see you, sir.
Very good,
It's
Mr.
April
Havelock.
2nd.
Send him
My
up.
April Fool's
Yes,
joke
sir.
was being on time today.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Fordham. I'm Malcolm Harris.
Oh, hello,
I'm terribly
Malcolm.
sorry to hear about what's happened, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham. You were very highly recommended by Miss Upton. She said you'd be able to solve this faster and more discreetly than the police. I admit it's a rather unorthodox approach, but we're desperate.
I understand. I'll do all I can to find the kidnapper and bring your son back unharmed.
If you'd like to examine the nursery, it's just through that door to the
Okay,
left.
so he's young
I'll
enough
ask you
to still have a
please try and
nursery.
keep quiet, as I just sent my wife to bed. Her nerves are rather shot, you see.
Yes, of course.
She looks like she's up to something. I wouldn't get too close, Miles. That vase is probably worth more than your entire building. I know the hand and waistcoat pose is supposed to look stately, but to me it always looks like the person is scratching themselves. I know the hand... It's nice to see that tea is still served to you
Yeah.
even in times of tragedy.
You walk in and you
The
start
Harris family
you
certainly
start
has a
judging
nice
their
view from which to
paintings.
look down upon the world. I wonder if they use the balcony to give speeches to the gardeners.
I like the little lurky one, Rug. He's very cute.
I'm sure the only location the Harrises care about is wherever they are at any given moment.
I mean, isn't that most people though, Bill? God. Sorry.
Mr.
Bedroom?
Harris said his wife went to bed. Probably not a good idea to disturb her.
Right. Okay, broken window. Slightly unsettling cat plushie. And looks like Sue's. A giraffe plushie that looks like my dog. Alright.
My friend Bunny. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want a giant imaginary rabbit for a friend.
No, you'd much rather the ghost of your ex-partner as your imaginary friend.
Bear's picnic. Something about a group of giant human-like bears
I
eating
mean-
together in the woods is slightly unsettling.
I suppose if your kid's being taken, you're really tired. Like, what does it help her staying up? Not to, they know they can't go out looking for them and they're just waiting for the detective to arrive. Kind of looks like Peach.
Look at that. The kid has a toy chest. My sister and I used to have to keep our toys buried in the backyard. Of course, that is because the only toys we had were dead rats.
All right,
Also,
Bill.
a fuzzy animal wearing a waistcoat. Charming. A steam-powered bottle warmer. Certainly beats having to do it in the fireplace. Or in the case of my parents, over a
She
barrel
might have
top.
taken some drugs, though. Just considering what... Like that everyone seems to be on something. Oh, a button.
That's odd. Why is there a loose button in the crib?
What?
I'm no expert on children, but it seems like it would be dangerous to have around an infant. Nice mobile. Custom made, too. There'll be no mistaking
Oh,
what
look, their
family
little
this child
airships. How
comes from.
cute.
Yeah, the kidnapper left the child's blanket behind. There doesn't appear to be any trace of the silver spoon, though.
Alright. I thought it looked a bit like Sue's, Jordan. I don't know, it's just something of the long face and the slightly quizzical
Nice view of the garden
expression.
from up here. Doesn't look very comfortable. Whoever sits here must end up with a sore backside after a while.
Alright.
Probably won't be another year or so before the child gets any practical use out
Do
of
you
those
think
blocks
that's a
beyond putting them
clue?
in his mouth.
Yeah, but isn't it good for kids to put things in their mouth? Isn't that like part of their
Look,
development?
you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would
Okay.
make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though. Interesting. This fabric looks as though it came from a garment of some kind.
Yeah, maybe an anagram. Spells bill.
Be careful not to cut yourself, Miles. I don't think the Harris family has ever seen blood that isn't blue. It looks rather flimsy. Let's not try sitting on it.
Mm. Yeah, I would not even. What if the baby left a message for us?
I have some questions for you, Mr. Harris.
No doubt you do, but I'm really not in the mood to talk right now. It's
Your
been a
kid's
difficult
just
evening,
been-
and I'm not certain I have it in me to answer your questions at the moment.
Well,
Fair enough.
Your
but I will
kid's
need
been
to ask you about
kidnapped.
the incident at some point.
Yes, that's fine. Just not now.
You did fix it, Digits.
The Harris family certainly has a nice view from which to look down upon the world.
We
I
did.
wonder
We'll
if
play
they use the
Siberia
balcony
2
to give
tomorrow.
speeches to the gardeners.
Shoot him, Miles! Shoot him!
Nice view of the.
Don't know what else I'm supposed to be looking at. Bottle warmer. Portrait.
Ah, if only the flower shop burglar was as easy to find as this clue was.
Okay. Oh, we picked it up now. I think sometimes we've got to look at things and then
Oh.
pick them up.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Ah, wonderful. The soporific has started working. Well done,
No.
Fordham. Now how
Oh,
are you
dear.
supposed to... What's the word I'm looking for? Instigate? Interrogate? I just had it on the tip of my tongue.
Perhaps it's time to call it a night.
That's interesting. But sleep is more interesting.
Well, Mr. Harris, I believe I've done all I can for right now.
Did you find anything?
Yes, I believe I have some leads I can pursue. But the most important thing to do in cases like this is wait to hear from the kidnappers. I'll be back tomorrow morning to continue my investigation and ask you and your wife some questions once you've had time to calm down a bit. In the meantime, I suggest you stay here and get some sleep. We'll all need it.
We're like sonicking back home. We made it though.
Miles, wake up. It's nearly noon.
Ah, so it is.
Why didn't you come to bed when you got home last night?
It was late. I didn't want to disturb you.
So what was so
Their
urgent
bed
about
is
the case
absolutely
Upton sent you?
massive.
I'm trying to track a
It's got
kidnapped
like
child.
3.
Oh my goodness. That's awful.
Big enough for 3
Yes,
people.
Pressure's on, but I think I should be able to crack it.
Assuming you actually managed to get anything done at the Harris Manor today.
Well, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Also, we've got company. Mrs. Delacroix is having her hair done here today, so please make yourself presentable.
You mean I'm not all ready?
At least do something about your hair. I do
Two
have
and
a
a dog.
reputation to maintain.
Suze would be
after all.
right in the middle.
What's
Oh,
wrong
it's
with my
for-
hair?
You,
Really
your
want me
wife,
to answer
and
that?
Bill. Yeah,
We'll be
because
here
we
all
do.
day.
Sleep together,
Oh,
the
when you
3
say
of
it's time
us.
for a change of clothes, Miles, you've been
So? Addie gave it to me.
right.
What are you talking about?
Never mind.
We're probably going to get all the
It's
same.
admirable just how organized Adelaide is. Maybe someday the same can...
We've looked at everything, and he doesn't like want to change or do his hair or anything.
And then he said, "Oh, hello there. I don't believe we've met."
Mrs. Delacroix, this is my husband, Miles. Miles, this is Mrs. Delacroix.
Pleasure to meet you, madam.
Likewise, young man. Pleasure.
Is everything all right, Mrs. Delacroix?
Oh, yes, everything's fine. It's just that... Well, you weren't what I was expecting, is all.
Keep your head, Miles. She may be a close-minded idiot, but she's just an old lady.
You mean the portrait over the fireplace didn't clue you in?
Now then, Mrs. Delacroix, what was it that you were telling me about Mr. Delacroix and his dogs?
Oh, yes. So, Harold came in and said...
No, I think it's because we're
Impressive.
unkempt.
She got off pretty easy. I was expecting a repeat of the Parsons incident. You should give Adelaide a kiss on the way out, though, just to make the old bat feel extra uncomfortable.
Hey, some guy. Good morning. Happy April.
Addie?
Not right now, Miles. I'm busy. We can talk once I finish with Mrs. Delacroix.
Shall we read the newspaper for the day? Oh, okay. So Wednesday, October 9th, 1844. Dupree's scandal shocks Gascon society. Madame Laura Dupree, the Gascon Grand Dame reported to have died 2 weeks ago, is in fact alive. I think we've already read this. Is this the same? Oh no, this is new. Details emerged after police investigation that Dupree was made to appear dead and almost buried alive. In a shocking turn of events, it was discovered that Madame Dupree had been torturing her servants, even going so far as to keep one locked in a hidden room. The servant unfortunately died. Dupree was arrested for manslaughter and will stand trial in the coming months. The suspected assailant, Albert Martin, was released with a full pardon. Public opinion has quickly turned against Dupree, with many claiming that she got what she deserved. A signed confession was given by Guy Dumas, but police have been unable to locate him. Protests at Airship Yard continue, so this might be relevant for our kidnapping. The public unrest after the disaster of the HMS Nigeria shows no sign of slowing, as protesters continue to line up outside the gates of Harris. Yeah, Harris, remember they were the ones that... Construction Airship Yard, currently in the process of building the Nigeria's sister ship, the HMS Lenore. Harris Construction took out the contract several months before the Nigeria crashed. Clyde Harris, owner of the Harris Construction, said, "While the Nigeria disaster was a most unfortunate accident, it should not be taken as any indication that steam technology is in any way dangerous. The fact remains that airships are among the safest means of transportation. To halt the construction of the Lenore would symbolize a setback not only to our cultural prosperity, but to New Britain's financial prosperity as well." Harris, long criticized for his apparent, continued on page 8. It's like having an audiobook. Right, folks. It's like having an audiobook read to you. Prime Minister's re-election campaign intensifies. Prime Minister Herbert Atwood is making no secret of his desire to be re-elected this year. The leader of the Conservative Party has begun his campaign, promising to focus on bettering quality of life in Vespacia by embracing new technological advances and implementing automated workers in factories to reduce overcrowding and reliance on child labourers. Liberal Party leader Hart Leroy had blasted Atwood, saying that his plan will only increase the already staggering amount of unemployment in New Bretagne and other cities. Leroy has also accused Atwood of purposefully delaying construction of the Gascon Cholmondeley Bridge. The people will only believe in a lack of funds for so long before they start realizing the truth. Atwood and his cronies just want to keep the riffraff out, Leroy said, continued on page 6. Sabotage blamed for brewery explosion. The explosion at the Haskins Brewery last Thursday has been determined a case of sabotage, according to New Britain police. Originally thought to have been caused by a faulty machinery, the investigation turned up the remnants of a crude explosive device hidden inside one of the tanks. The explosion did not kill anyone, but caused several employees to be injured, and the brewery to be shut down for several days. When asked to comment, Chief of Police Reginald Snelling declined naming any suspects in the bombing, but did not rule out the possibility of the Redites being involved. We have some information at present, but not enough to make any official determinations. Rest assured, those responsible will be brought to justice, said Snelling. Haskins Brewery is best known for producing Bollingworth Ale. Everyone loves Bill. Do other people hate Bill?
She can get as painted up and coiffed as
Or
she
is
likes.
this
It's
is
not
this
gonna
just
fix
me?
the ugliness inside.
I'm worried that it's just me on this anti-Bill tirade.
Goodbye, dearest.
I look forward to your return, my love.
Cute! A terse note to my lawyers! Yeah. Oh, I've heard a lot of like solicitors and lawyers
Remind me,
delay
Miles, how was finding
just
some
being
rich people's
slow
kidnapped baby going to help us
over
track down a
closing on
flower shop
houses.
burglar?
And especially if you're going to be away.
I'm not interested in the burglar right now. I want to help these people.
It's
and get
definitely
their
not just
child
me.
back.
Okay. All right, that makes me
Very
feel
least,
better.
let's
I just don't
find
want to
out
be
what happened.
anti, but I don't want to
Right.
be
Well, you'll
rude
need
to
your
Bill.
full wits about you if you plan on doing that.
You know, for no reason.
I do have my full wits about me. I'm perfectly capable of doing this.
I want to be
Yes,
self-assured.
And I'm perfectly capable of being alive. I just choose to be this way because it saves on the laundry expenses. You can't deny it. You need to stop taking the soporific.
You
Miles.
need to stop waking me
Adelaide's
up in the
been
middle of the
trying to
fucking
get
night
you stopped for
then.
months, and Upton already suspects something is amiss. Not to mention your little episode last night. Trust me, no one is going to want to hire the dullard detective.
Clever. Did you come up with that one all by yourself?
What are you going to do when the cases stop coming in? How long before you get put away in Riverview?
If I do get locked away, it'll be your fault.
Which is exactly why you need to get back to your normal routine so you can find the burglar.
All right, fine. I'll stop. But if you keep me awake at night, so help me.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find a way to cope. You were always good at
See,
that.
look, he doesn't even care that he's keeping
Yeah,
me
well,
awake
bad
at night.
that
He's
said.
like, you'll just cope with it.
I knew you'd see things my way eventually.
It's not as though you gave me much of a choice.
In time, you'll thank me. Probably not before the withdrawal hits, though.
Don't make me change my mind on this, Bill.
What kind of drug would a soporific be? Like, is there a notable drug that I'd recognize?
Mr. Fordham, you're back. Allow me to introduce my wife, Miriam.
Hello.
A pleasure, Mrs. Harris. I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but I assure you I'm doing all I can to find your son.
Thank you, Mr. Fordham.
Mr. Harris, has there been any communication from
Yeah,
the
like
None at all.
a
Well, I'll
sleeping
have another look
pill.
around if you
Is it
don't
something
mind.
stronger, like morphine-based? Ketamine's a tranquilizer, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to say, Brooks, especially if you're heading off on holiday, you don't want to be having to think about, has everything come through? Has all the paperwork been signed?
Miles,
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
you notice something a
codeine.
bit strange about the Harrises?
Quite a few things, actually. What are you referring to?
Their son was just kidnapped, yet they're each on their own side of the sitting room. Not comforting each other, not crying together. Nothing.
They're stuck-up rich people. Not exactly the type to show emotion.
Miles, you know I'm the most cynical person there is when it comes to their type.
Well, they
But
might
this
have,
isn't normal behavior,
it might have been a
even
marriage
for
of
snobs.
kind of
This goes deeper than
convenience.
saving face. There's something going on between them. I think you should find out what.
I wanted to see if we could pick up this little bit of,
Huh.
there we go.
There's a small emblem sewn onto the side of this piece of fabric. It just says SS.
Somebody's initials, maybe?
Yeah, maybe an opioid. Yeah, probably. Probably some kind of opioid. Sorry, my coffee's trying to come back up, but I'm trying to keep it down. Oh, they accepted on the condition that we close by the end of the month. Yeah. Or if there was a delay that wasn't our fault. Oh, okay, that's good. Because there is stuff that comes up that, like your solicitors being slow.
Fancy. Some poor servant's probably
Oh,
gonna
a
get a
Hoover.
flogging for leaving it in here, though. It looks like a pile of women's clothes. Must belong to Mrs. Harris. Who in their right mind would need that many drawers?
I mean, socks, underwear, trousers, shirts, jumpers. Probably want the jumpers in the bigger drawers. And then like miscellaneous. Not that many drawers.
Oh, another four-poster. The Harris family certainly makes no secret of their wealth. Painting of the
This
city,
in their
probably
bedroom,
the only time
Bill.
the Harris family sees any of the other boroughs.
It's not like they're flaunting it outside. This is their private bedroom, and Bill is like, oh, they're showing off.
Wardrobes are usually always full of wonderfully dark secrets.
Oh, dear. Why did they want to close so quickly? Is it because they just wanted to move? And look in the
Let's
dresser.
see what we have here. A very poorly written letter addressed to Mr. Harris.
I don't suppose it's a letter of admiration.
On the contrary, the author seems quite upset.
Mr. Harris, this is your weekly reminder of how much I hate you. Because of you, my wife is dead. My wife was a wonderful woman, and you have taken her from me. I hope you suffer as much as I have. Arthur Devons.
Nothing else of note in any of the drawers.
Oh, well, at least we got to play a
Bill's
rousing
full
game of
day.
search the rich people's
Oh,
dresses.
no, Bill's full because he fell. Like full with an A.
An empty suitcase. I suppose Mr. Harris must travel every now and then. One thing is for certain.
Yeah, it did say
Mr.
reminder, but I
Harris uses
think
entirely too much starch on his shirts.
they meant reminder.
Mr. Harris's color selection is almost as drab as yours.
Let's see if there's anything of interest in any of the pockets.
I'm surprised they're
Mr.
letting me
Harris is a fan
just...
of the ponies, is he? I'm sure that's not causing him any trouble at all.
Okay.
Mr. Harris's color... Yeah, it seems like this is where Mrs. Harris keeps her unmentionables. I like the ones with the frills and the stitched cat. Paperwork and receipts. Nothing particularly interesting here. More lacy underthings. I wonder which Harris they belong to.
Can I see the pieces of evidence? Yesterday's date. I was wondering what day they were.
Oh. Painting of the...
Okay.
Fancy.
Right, I think that is... Oh, maybe I can look through the clothes.
There's a handwritten note among the clothes.
Miriam, baby, I have to see you tonight. It's been far too long. Aw.
Nothing else hidden.
So she's having an affair by the looks of it.
The Harris family certainly has a nice view from what... I wonder if they use...
Okay, let's talk to her first.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
It might have been someone who's not completely literate, I guess. Or it might have been done by a child. But they were married, so presumably not. No, I did open some of the drawers, but you couldn't open them like manually.
Tell me what you know about your son's kidnapping.
Oh, my poor baby.
Mrs.
Okay, so
Harris,
she
I know
seems
this is
genuinely
difficult,
upset.
But I need as much information as you can give me so I can bring your son back.
Yes, you're right. I have to stay strong. For Charles.
Okay, Charles is the
It
kid.
happened sometime between 6 and 8 last night. I think both my husband and I had gone out. Charles was in the care of his nanny, Mrs. Davis. I arrived
Mrs.
home
Davis.
first, around 8:30, and that's when I found this scene in the nursery, as it was.
And what was it you found?
Mrs. Davis unconscious in her chair, the broken window, and Charles missing from his crib. Malcolm arrived home shortly afterwards, around 9, and then immediately sent our butler, Mr. Havelock, to notify the police. We stayed up waiting for any contact from the kidnappers, but there was nothing.
You said you arrived home first. Where were you last night?
Oh, I was
Do they
visiting with
blink?
some of my friends. We gathered at one of their homes for a
Oh, they
concert.
do. I think
I
I
see.
blinked every time they
And your
blinked.
husband?
He was at the social club with his friends as well, I believe.
Betting.
Wait a minute.
Probably.
I know this attitude all too well. This woman is hiding something. Most likely from her husband. I doubt it's voices from beyond the grave. So the question is, what's her
She's
secret?
having an affair.
What can you tell me about Mrs. Davis?
Well, she's worked for us since Charles was born, a little over 6 months ago.
How did you come to employ her?
Malcolm's mother had a friend whose daughter she used to care for. She came highly recommended.
Doesn't
We've
seem
never
like
had any
she...
problems with her. She's always been a dream.
Where is she now?
In her room, I would guess.
I
With Charles missing,
choose but
there's
to believe
little
Bill
for
is
her to do.
real.
Where might I find her room?
There's a small
That
building
he's a
just around the back of the
ghost
corner.
haunting
Hers
me.
is the fourth door from the left.
But I think it's up for interpretation if he's real or if he is my conscience talking. But I choose to believe he's real, just because it like adds a little bit of a supernatural edge to it.
Can you think of any reason why your son would be a target for kidnapping?
It could be that someone wants our money, or some lunatic who's
We
angry
read that
about
in the
a new
paper.
airship. My husband's an
Are we
investor,
real?
and my father-in-law owns
I
the
choose to
company
believe we
building,
are.
You see, I just don't know, Mr. Fordham. Frankly, the fact that something like this could even happen is just terrifying.
Okay.
I found this bit of torn fabric by the broken window. Do you know anything about it?
No, I've never seen it before. Do you think it was left by the kidnapper?
Perhaps. Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
No, I can't think of anyone or anything I know with those initials.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is
Bless
our
me.
only child. He's such a good
Thank
boy.
you.
Never
Thank
makes
you
a
for the
fuss.
blessings.
Always very sweet. Oh, Charles, you must be so frightened out there without your mother.
Oh dear.
Oh, please, Mr.
You
Ford.
guys are just figment. You guys are my Bill, right?
I'll do my best.
Why rob you of the noise? Because it peaks the microphone. I didn't think that you guys wanted to hear me sneeze.
Tell me a bit about yourself, Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Fordham, my son has been kidnapped and is out there alone.
I wasn't coming on
terrified
to
and
you.
Confused. What could I possibly tell you that would make any difference to you finding him?
I suppose you're right, Mrs. Harris. My apologies if I upset you. I found this button in your son's crib. Does it look familiar at all?
No, I don't recognize it. It looks like it came from some cheap coat. Is that what the ruffian who took my baby was wearing?
That's what I'm trying to determine. That's all for
Okay.
now.
Very well.
I don't want to ask her about the handwritten note yet. I wanna... C. Upton. Oh yeah, that's fine. Arthur Devins. And then R.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris.
I'll try
It's
my
not a
best,
murder,
Mr. Fordham.
Lucius. It's a kidnapping this time. Actually, I
all
might
for now.
save
Very well.
just so she doesn't get pissed.
I have some questions for you if you're up to
Because
answering
it does
them, Mrs.
actually
Harris.
matter what you ask and
I'll
how
try my
you
best,
address
Mr.
people.
Fordham.
I found this note in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
I've never seen that note before in my life.
Are you
Okay,
absolutely
she's lying.
sure?
Mr. Fordham, you mentioned you valued discretion. I ask you to please exercise some now.
Would it be possible to speak about this in private? In another room, perhaps?
Out of the question, Mr. Fordham. I shall not leave this sitting room in the company of another man if my husband is not present.
Yes, I understand. Let's put the subject on hold for now.
What a life these rich people lead.
She
All
seems
the
not
money in the
to
world and they're
mind
trapped
being
like
in the
rats.
company
That's all
of
for now, Mrs.
another
Harris.
man without her
well.
husband there. Anyway, son, no, have a
I
good
have
day
some
at
questions
work.
for you, Mr. Harris.
So come in.
Yes, of course.
Tell me everything you
Kidnapping.
can about the kidnapping.
don't
I
know
like his
much. I
green
was out last
little
night while it happened.
Where
cravat.
had you been previously?
I was out with friends. My wife can verify the time I arrived home.
It seems hiding something from your spouse is an activity both Harrises partake in.
What, are you saying that we look like a ruffian, Homer?
I found this letter in your bedroom. What can you tell me about it?
You went through our things?
I'm a private investigator, Mr. Harris. It's part of my job.
I shouldn't have
Of
shown him that.
all the insolence!
You're upset, I know, but do you want me to find your son or don't you?
Yes, of course I do. That letter was sent to me by
Okay.
mistake. It was written to my father. Well, if you can even call that writing.
Have I ever mentioned how much I hate rich people? Because I really hate rich people.
Your father. Doesn't he own the company building the new airship?
Yes, that's right. He's been receiving many letters just like that one since the Lygia disaster. But that Devons fellow in particular has sent one every week.
Okay.
Along with a bag of chicken bones and dust.
How peculiar.
Not only that, he leads a daily protest in front of the
Daily?
construction yard where the HMS Lenore is being
Does
built.
he not
Trying to halt production.
have,
My
like, something else to
How
do
did
with
I
his
not see
day?
this before?
See what?
Devons! He has a grudge against this family because of what happened with the Lygia. I'd put money on him being involved with the kidnapping somehow, as a form of retaliation.
I'll just have to speak with Mr. Devons and see for myself. I found this bit
Yeah,
of
because
torn
there is
fabric by the
there
broken
is
window.
voodoo in this
you know anything
game.
about it?
Looks like it came from a piece of clothing. Possibly a jacket.
Did the initials SS mean anything to you?
Broke every bone in his
maybe?
body, more like
I
Gremlins.
can't really say. You'll have to excuse me, Mr. Fordham. I've got
Sorry.
quite a lot on my mind right now. If I can think of anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
Mr. Harris, what can you tell me about these?
What? How did you...
Listen, I'm trying to help you and your family. I can't do it if I don't get the entire truth.
Do you think we could discuss this somewhere more private?
I suppose we could.
Good. Let's move to the nursery then.
Sneak away. Oh, and now his wife is alone. Let's talk to her very quickly.
I have some questions for you if you're up to answering them, Mrs. Harris. Right, your husband's not around to hear you, so tell me about this note.
Fine. I got that note last night from Roland.
Right, tell me about Roland.
Who is Roland?
Roland is a special friend.
I see.
Oh, don't you judge me, Mr. Fulton. You have no idea
A sordid
what
affair.
my marriage has been like. Marrying Malcolm wasn't my idea, nor even his. The whole thing was orchestrated by our fathers.
Not
We thought
surprising for this
merging the
time.
two families would be a good business arrangement.
Yeah.
Is your marriage an unhappy one then?
It wasn't easy at first, and it didn't get any easier as it went on, either.
So then, why not end it?
Mr. Fordham, we are a respectable family. There are certain considerations. Besides, I had no legal grounds. For all his faults, Malcolm is a very faithful man. Almost frustratingly so.
Okay.
Then, somewhat unexpectedly, we had Charles. At least that made things bearable.
I'm sorry.
Is
for you, Mrs.
Charles
Harris, I
his,
really am,
though?
but I think I should talk to this Roland.
Why? He has nothing to do with this.
What if
That's for
Charles
me to
is
decide.
Roland's
Where can I find
kid
it?
I
and
don't
he's
know.
like kidnapped
I've never
him?
been to his home. We usually meet at a hotel.
Can you tell me anything that would help me track him down?
Well, he's a musician. He plays the piano at some clubs in Gascon, but I don't know which for sure.
How about his last name?
I don't know that either.
You've
I
been
gather
sleeping
you
with
don't
him and
talk
you
much.
don't even...
I refuse to answer that question, Mr.
He
Fordham.
knows his
It's a
last
good thing I
name.
don't have a stomach anymore because
You know,
I can
also he
guarantee you its
lives.
contents would be on the floor right now.
That's
Nothing
all for me,
else.
Mrs. Harris.
Hey, thank you very much for the raid. Fire, thank you very much. Welcome in. Oh, Hades. Oh, how are you enjoying it? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. G-Funk, welcome in. Fire, welcome in. How is Hades? I've watched Greg, my husband played Hades, and I watched him play it and really enjoyed it. Have you made it? Have you done your first run yet? How far have you made it in it? Welcome in, Raiders. We're playing Lamplight City. There has been a baby / small child. We don't know how old they are, really. I think like 1 year old has been kidnapped. And we're just talking to their parents who So the wife is having a sordid affair. The husband has a gambling problem. And they're both very rich. His father owns an airship business. The airship has recently had a fatal accident. So we're thinking maybe the kid got kidnapped for that. Maybe the kid isn't his and got kidnapped by their actual father. Don't ask about Sunday. What happened on Sunday? Not a good run. It's really good. It's super good. There's solid mystery. There's an overarching mystery as well. So you find crumbs of the overarching mystery in the smaller cases that we're given. It's really good.
Shall we continue our conversation, Mr. Harris?
Yes, of course.
I always thought I'd get get a bit ragey if I played Hades
Now
myself.
that your wife is out of earshot, tell me about the kidnapping and what these betting stubs have to do with it.
Right. As I said
So
before,
the gambling
it
problem.
had already happened
Found
when
his
I got
betting
home.
stubs in his
I
bedroom.
had just come from spending the evening at the Meadows.
I see. I take it your wife isn't impressed by your hobby?
I promised her weeks ago that I would stop going, but I've had such a good streak lately. The last thing I wanted
Gambling's
was to
okay
upset
if
her
you win.
further. Yet it would be foolish of me to just give up on something so promising.
I mean, he seems not that bad. I get that the gambling is a problem. But he's like, oh, I don't want to upset my wife. You know, he's thinking of her feelings. Yeah, get a little taste of it, Fire. And then don't get any spoilers so that you can play it. Because it's honestly so worth a play. It's really enjoyable. Yeah, you want to find a delicious crumb in each case that you do that forms a sandwich at the end.
Can you think of
Because
anyone
it keeps
who
you
might wanna do
engaged
you
in
harm
the
by taking your
overarching
son?
mystery.
Several, I'm afraid.
Go on.
And it makes
haven't
you feel like
exactly
you're
had the
always
best of
moving
luck,
towards
Mr.
something.
Fordham. That's why this latest streak was so important to me. The truth is, I've gambled away most of my money. I've had to take out several
Ooh.
loans so Miriam doesn't
Oh
get suspicious.
no, maybe he's
If
not.
she ever found out, it would be over. I can't lose her, Mr. Fordham. I just
Okay,
can't.
so he
Where
cares
have I heard
about.
this
He
before?
doesn't want to
You know,
lose his
things would
wife.
be so much easier if people just talked to each other.
I've tried doing business above board, but lately I've had to seek other resources.
What do you mean?
I was forced to visit a lending office.
A loan
The
shark.
owner was a rather shady Sambo, but I figured he'd be easier to deal with than the usual sheenies that run those type of places.
Can you believe this guy? Maybe we should just leave the kid be.
I don't like
He'd
him
probably
anymore.
be better raised by wolves.
Who was the owner?
Mr. LeFay. I didn't bother to get his first name. His business is an abattoir row in Chumley. Horrid place. But I was desperate.
You think this Mr. LeFay may have taken your son as collateral?
Let's just say there isn't much those type of people wouldn't do to put a crown in their pocket.
That's I think it's too obvious.
Tell me about your son.
Charles is a good boy. Very quiet. Miriam had wanted a child almost from the moment we married. You know how women are when they have their hearts set on something. I saw no need to rush, but
Nice to know you're not the only one. Hey, Miles.
the first 2 times Miriam was with child, she suffered some unfortunate accidents. She was devastated, as you can imagine. So when Charles finally came along, he turned out to be quite a blessing. I can't imagine what sort of depraved madman would take him from us like this. You must find him, Mr. Fordham.
I intend to, Mr. Harris. Tell me about yourself.
There isn't much to tell, really. My life has been fairly well publicized in the newspapers.
Let's pretend for a moment that I skip over the society pages.
Well, I'm an investor. My father Clyde runs Harris Construction Company, which I will someday inherit. Any other details about me are fairly trivial nonsense, I think.
No, I think they're probably most
I found
important.
this button in your son's crib. Does it look
Don't
familiar?
ask about Sunday. Immediately
No,
ask about
not at
Sunday.
all.
Well, it makes me
Do you think
curious.
the kidnapper might have left it behind?
It's a distinct possibility. How goes the construction of the new airship?
There have been some complications, but nothing we can't handle.
Could you be a bit more specific?
Well, I already told you about the trouble with protesters at the yard, and we're blocked pending Royal Maverick's review of the safety regulations for the prototype etheric diffusion engines.
Okay.
Agitators and red tape aside, we should still be on schedule to have the Lenore finished and in the air by the end of the year. But really, Mr. Fordham, what the deuce does this have to do with
It
finding
doesn't feel like
Charles?
he really
He
actually
has a
does
point,
anything
you know.
in the business.
Those are all the questions I had for now.
All right.
He just parrots
If you
what
don't
his
mind,
dad.
Mr. Fordham, I'm going back to the living room. I don't want Miriam
Thank God we
getting
spoke to
suspicious.
Miriam, though. Because we might not have gotten another chance. I want to go onto the balcony.
Look, you can see the balcony extends all the way around the side of the manor.
That would make it rather easy for someone to access this window from the outside.
No evidence of what was used to smash the glass, though.
Hmm. What if the glass was smashed from the inside? Why would it be smashed from the inside, you ask? I don't know. I'm just imagining that maybe we'll find one of those blocks outside. Super annoying we can't go out onto the balcony. But let's go to the nannies. Yeah.
Come in.
Oh, yeah, the
evening, ma'am.
fragments would be outside.
Miles
Yeah, you
Fordham,
guys are
private
right. Yeah, it would be
investigator.
lying
I'm
outside.
looking into the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Are you Mrs. Davis?
I am. Oh, bless the spirits. They've sent someone to help at last.
Seems like that boiler's the only thing in here that's less than 10 years old. My mother had a pewter teapot as well. Always made the tea taste funny.
I guess maybe a bit metallic.
Another Harris hand-me-down, no doubt. You'd think they would have washed it first.
Maybe she made it dirty.
It's a spirit reaching out to a very
Oh, I
frightened
see.
man. Possibly the fakest looking photo I've ever seen. That chest is full of undressed dolls? What the hell is
Voodoo
wrong with
dolls?
this old bat? A boy taking a nap under a tree while his dog runs around in the distance. That brings back some good memories. The Harris family doesn't seem to hold the comfort of their servants in very
I'm sure
high
the dolls are
regard.
fine.
I think
I'm
a
sure
bed
they're
of
not
nails
evil.
would be an improvement. Pretty distinguished looking gentleman. Handsome. Good fashion sense. Wonder who he is. These are all books on spiritualism and the occult. Mrs. Davis doesn't seem to have many other hobbies. Her Majesty Queen Jessica. This was clearly painted a long
They're
time
just
ago.
action figures.
Painting of a misty forest with a
Okay.
painting of a tower on a Scottish
Scottish
moor.
moor.
This looks like a mourning portrait of a young woman, probably a relative of Mrs. Davis.
Or maybe it's Mrs. Davis. I don't quite know what a morning portrait is. Anything to
I
do
have
with
some
like an
questions
evening
for you,
portrait?
Mrs. Davis.
All right.
Oh, does Greg help? Greg does help with the YouTube videos. But I used to do the anime. the anime figure ones were me, and Greg does everything else. All of the other stuff is Greg.
Tell me about the kidnapping of Charles Harris.
Oh dear, may the spirits
Oh,
forgive me.
dear.
I was so awful. Charlie was my responsibility, and I failed.
Mrs. Davis, that is beside the point. What's important now is finding him and bringing him home. To do that, I need your full cooperation.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Fordham. I'm sorry. I just need
She
to
looks
collect
sussy.
my thoughts. Get the negative vibrations out of my mind. Now, what specifically would you like to know?
All of them.
What time did the kidnapping occur?
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh my
I know
god.
I was in the nursery having a cup of tea about 8:30.
Okay.
I remember feeling very drowsy.
She got
I must
drugged.
have passed out then,
Okay.
because the next thing I knew, I was being woken by Mrs. Harris. To think, whoever took Charlie did it
About
while I was
8:30.
in the room. Oh,
And we
may
know the husband
spirits
arrived
grant
home
me peace.
Do you
at
happen to take
9.
any sort of sleep medications or soporifics?
Oh, dear me, no. Those types of drugs cloud the mind and make it impossible to tune into the ether.
You say that as though it were a bad thing.
I beg
Yeah,
your
don't look at my piles of dolls
Apologies,
behind
I
me.
spoke out of turn.
A morning portrait or deathbed portrait is a portrait of a person who has recently died, shown on their deathbed or lying in repose. I mean, like, for historical reasons, that's kind of interesting. You know, it would be, you know how we're always curious about how people like Marie Antoinette looked. So we look at her death mask and stuff. If they'd been able to take a picture of her dead, then we'd know. I mean, if they'd managed to take a picture of her alive, we also would have known. But yeah, I don't like it. I know some people would take photos of their dead relatives with them. Like, they'd prop grandma up and they'd, like, take a picture with her.
Can you think of anyone who would have wanted to take the child?
Well, I'm not one to gossip, but I
Okay,
am
but
quite
you are.
sensitive to the energy and vibrations that people give off. I get the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Harris aren't very happy in their marriage.
Oh, wow. How
Come
would
on,
you
anyone
know
could have picked up on
that?
that. Anyone except you, that is.
Mr. Harris likes to stay out late and not take his wife with him. I can't remember the last time they went out together. I don't know what he gets up to, but
They don't
it's
typically smile
possible
and do it,
he
though.
may have made some enemies.
I would. Yeah, the best time to remember them. Yeah, because I guess, you know, it's when someone dies, you're like, oh man, I wish I'd taken more pictures with them. Those people are like, man, just take a picture with them now, you know? The best time to do something was yesterday, and the second best time to do it is right now.
Can you think of any reason why someone would want to kidnap Charles?
It might have been for money, but
No, I
last
don't,
heard, there was
Ruggs.
no demand for a ransom. I honestly
I think
don't know
I'd find
why
that a
this
little bit
happened, Mr.
horrifying.
Fordham. I just hope you find the poor child. He must be scared to death.
I found this piece of torn fabric in the nursery. Does it look familiar to you?
No, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I found this button in the baby's crib. Do you recognize it?
Why, yes. That's one of Barney's eyes.
Barney.
Charlie's stuffed bear. It's his favorite toy, a gift from my friend Linda.
I didn't find a stuffed bear in the nursery.
Then whoever took the baby must have taken Barney as well. Oh, at least the poor thing has something to comfort him.
What's
Bless the
interesting is the
spirits.
parents didn't know that.
Who is Linda?
Mrs. Linda Walker. She's a good friend of mine. As I said, she gave me Barney as a gift for Charlie.
Can you tell me anything else about her?
Oh, she's a lovely girl, very much in tune with her spiritual nature.
Okay.
I greatly enjoy my conversations with her.
When was the last time you saw
Well,
her?
I'm
Oh,
frightening in
I
1.2,
don't remember.
1.5 speed.
No, wait. It was at the last Spectre Society meeting on the 19th. That's right.
It's because I'm too quick.
What is the Spectre Society?
Kate Walker,
It's a
Linda
club for
Walker.
spiritualists and amateur investigators of the paranormal. We meet twice a month to socialize and discuss our findings.
I see. Sounds fascinating.
Yeah,
Don't
sounds
I
great.
expect you to share my beliefs, Mr. Fordham?
Oh, I have a bit more experience than you'd think with regards to the spirit world.
Yeah, why don't you
Say
find this
that
more
again.
interesting?
Where exactly do these meetings take place?
At a private residence in Gascon.
May I have the address?
Why, yes, it's 325 Rue Jameau. Are you going to seek spiritual guidance to
Evan,
find
have
Charlie?
a good luck.
Perhaps.
Ooh,
You
breakfast
never know what
fry
might
up.
be worth looking into.
Don't forget the beans and the black pudding. Ooh, the black pudding.
That's a lovely portrait. Who is it of?
That is my late husband, Jonathan. He used to attend meetings of the Spectre Society with me, bless him. I tried to get him to be more in tune with the other side, but I think he was just humoring me. Ah, he was a good man. Everyone at the society cared for him
How did he
very
die?
much.
Do you have Linda Walker's address?
No, I
Linda
don't.
Walker.
I never visited her home.
That's
I get the
sussy.
feeling she doesn't like having visitors or being home very much. She
Okay.
prefers to meet people elsewhere. I was the same way after my husband died. It was embarrassing for my friends to see me living so differently. But I feel it's not just a matter of pride for dear Linda. I think there are lots of bad memories associated with where she lives.
And she doesn't
I try to
wanna
stay away
move?
from places like that. They leave a mark on the soul, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Linda. Linda seems the most sussy so far.
I couldn't help but notice that chest full of dolls in the corner.
Oh, that. Oh, I know it must look a bit strange, but I pick up old and broken dolls so they can be repaired and donated to orphanages.
What do you guys
It's
think?
my way
Are
of
you
giving
buying
back
the
to the
orphan?
community
Like,
and
oh, they're for the
helping poor
orphans?
children
Yeah,
who
my
have
voodoo
no
dolls? No, they're for
independence.
orphans.
Well,
Don't worry
what
about
a
it.
kind soul. I wish you would find less creepy ways to express her altruism.
I don't know if I buy it.
How long have you worked as a nanny?
Only a few years. I never had to work when I was married. My husband had a lot of money.
Oh, good for
Unfortunately,
you.
he was in great debt. And after the spirits took him back to the ether, I wasn't left with much. So I began working as a nanny to make ends meet. But I consider taking care of children a reward
Oh,
in its own right.
Thank you for your
She
time. Mrs.
seems
Davis.
nice.
Oh, you're
I want to
very
dislike
welcome.
her. I want to blame her. I want her to be like the creepy old woman who gets... She seems nice.
I'll be going now, Mrs. Davis.
May the spirits
Yeah, why would anyone
guide
want to donate to an orphanage? Orphanages are for robbing, not for donating. Okay, the construction yard, the Spectre Society, the lending office. Let's go to the Spectre Society first. She seems nice. She seems nice.
Too dark to tell what's inside. They must enjoy the somber atmosphere.
Okay. Hey, look, no. Oh, maybe I was supposed to look at the...
Yes? May I help you?
I should have saved.
Hello, ma'am. My name's Miles Fordham.
We'll be honest.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Are you with the police?
No, I'm a private investigator.
I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I simply don't have the time right now. Perhaps if you come back next week.
This is the Spectre Society, right? I'm interested in joining.
Ah, yes, it is. Welcome, darling.
Oh my
Our
god.
membership
Is she gonna let
process
us
is a
in?
bit different to most social clubs. We require a sponsor.
Sounds simple enough.
Well, you see, we ask that sponsors be people who have passed on into the spirit world.
Bill!
Once you name your sponsor, I will attempt communication beyond the ether.
Bill
When they answer, you will
is
be
our
judged
sponsor.
and considered for membership.
What are you looking for in a sponsor?
A willingness to communicate from beyond the
Oh, yeah.
open-mindedness. a
Shit
desire to
flap.
speak. In other words, all the
Shit flap,
qualities of
thank
a
you so
member
much
of
for
the
gifting us
Spectre
up to
Society.
me.
Actually, we've
Thank
had former
you very
members
much,
who have
shit.
passed on active sponsors
you.
before.
I've got a sponsor.
Excellent. What is the name of your sponsor, darling?
Bill Legere is my sponsor.
Seriously, Fordham? I thought you knew better than that.
Bill Legere. Very well. I will attempt to communicate with him.
She can do this all day. It's not gonna work.
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble communicating. Perhaps you can come back.
Bill!
See? Told you.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh,
I'd like to...
yes.
Jonathan Davis is my sponsor.
You knew Jonathan? He was
Yes.
such a kind man. Yes, I can feel his presence, and it speaks positively of you. Please, come in, Mr. Fordham. I am Angela Maxwell, the founder of the Spectre Society. Welcome. May I offer you some refreshments? Some water?
Oh,
or
look,
tea,
are those the
perhaps?
two girls
You're
from
very
The
kind,
Shining?
but I'm afraid I must decline right now.
Well, please let me know if you change your mind.
We like to swap
Look
around
at
the
this
alerts.
place. It's like a
You know,
candy
give you a
store
new
for
flavor
psychics.
every so often. Ooh, Brooks, that's nice. That means more money to build, like, shelves for all of your books and your miniatures, right? Save. I couldn't remember what it was called.
Those are some creepy twin girls. I could see a passing resemblance to Miss Maxwell, actually. There's quite a few members in this group.
Angela Maxwell, Monica Brown, Sophia Shaw, Thomas Gilbert, Linda Walker.
There's
Linda.
quite a few members.
I can't read this one. Oswald. Randall Faulkner. Henrietta Davis. Edward, Lagrange, Cynthia Wilkino, Angela. The meeting was wonderful, Cynthia. If anyone is interested in a used spirit board, please let Thomas know. Thank you. Linda, looking forward to having you over at the Manor next week. Come around 8 p.m. and you can meet Charlie. Henrietta, please ask the spirits to cure my son's illness, Sophia. Linda, looking forward to having you over at the Manor next week. Come around 8 p.m. and you can meet Charlie. All right. Did it say
I've
Wilkins?
seen one of these before. What does it do?
It's a spirit board. We use it to contact spirits, and they in turn spell out a message with the letters on the board.
Well, I've got a message from Miss Maxwell if she ever tries to use a spirit board around me.
Yeah, they say that like reviews and stuff always skew bad because the people who have bad experiences are more likely to write about them than people who have good experiences.
Ooh, spooky. That ghost between the two people almost managed to look convincing. That's probably the storage case for the spirit board.
Can they invite you in to see their evidence?
What a fascinating device. Exactly what does it do?
That is an etherometer. It's designed to pick up vibrations from the ether and translate messages from the spirits.
A great man once said to me, he's dead now.
Oh, that was actually quite funny.
Once said to me, Bill, you aren't going to get very far in life just staring at balls. He's dead now. But then again, so am I.
Then again. Members are free to borrow books as long as you check with me
It's nice of
first.
Miss Maxwell to let people borrow her books, even if they are all just a bunch of nonsense. And coming from me, that's really saying something.
Spirits of the Ether and the Ether. Oh, Christ. The Ether, which is to say the outer world. It's just one page. Is the primary channel through which spirits can travel and communicate with the living. This unseen dimension exists in conjunction with ours, but can only be accessed by people gifted with the sight or special communication tools. The most common tool for spirit communication is the Aether meter. When spirits wish to communicate, their messages enter our dimension as vibrations, undetectable except by the aforementioned people and tools. The aetherometer reads these vibrations and translates them into sounds or words, which the medium can then interpret. Spirits expend great amount of psychic energy when they communicate, which is why most of their messages must be received via this tool. If a spirit is able to harness a great deal of energy, however, it is possible for them to cross over as a physical manifestation or apparition. While this is slightly less common, there have been several documented cases of apparitions throughout history. With the emergence of modern ferrotype technology, it has been possible to capture images of these apparitions. Unfortunately, the long exposure times necessary to produce these images means that it is difficult to capture a spirit, as they move quickly and are often only visible for seconds at a time. However, as this technology develops, it will surely be possible to capture ferrotype images in a matter of seconds, thus greatly increasing the probability of capturing the image of a spirit. Unfortunately, spirit photography, I don't know, I couldn't read that, is easily faked, and many fraudulent examples have arisen. Due to this, it has become increasingly harder to prove the real instances of spirits captured. Once again, the lowering of exposure time will make it more difficult to fake. It will be interesting to see where leaps in technology take us. This is the Secrets of Tarot. The Magician. The central figure depicts somebody with one hand pointed to the sky, while the other hand points to the ground, as if to say, as above, so below. This is a rather complicated phrase, but its summarization is the earth reflects the heaven, the outer world reflects within, the microcosm reflects the macrocosm, earth reflects God. It can also be interpreted here that the magician symbolizes the ability to act as a go-between between the world above and the contemporary human world. On his table, the magician also wields the suits of the tarot. This symbolizes the 4 elements being connected by this magician. The 4 elements being earth, water, air, and fire. The infinity sign on his head indicates the infinite possibilities of creation within the will. The magician is the representation of willpower. With the power of the elements and the suits, he takes the potential innate in the fool and molds it into being with the power of desire. He is the connecting force between heaven and earth, for he understands the meaning behind the words as above, so below. That mind and world are only reflections of one another. Remember that you are powerful. Create your inner world and your outer will follow. Okay, the lovers. In the Lovers card, the man and woman in the image are being protected and blessed by an angel above. The angel, depicted here as Raphael, the angel of air, who is of the same element of the zodiac sign that governs this card, Gemini. Air is associated with mental activity and communication in particular, which is the foundation for healthy relationships. His blessing seems to give this card a sense of balance and harmony, the symbolization of union in a grand and cosmic sense between 2 opposing forces. The primary meaning within the lover's harmony, attractiveness and perfection in a relationship, the trust and unity that the lovers have gives each of them confidence and strength, empowering the other. The bond that they have created is very strong and can indicate that the 2 are joined in marriage and other close and intimate relationships. Another meaning behind the Lover's card is the concept of choice, a choice between things that are opposing and mutually exclusive. This could be a dilemma that you need to think about carefully and make the best decision for your situation. Mysteries of spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous human combustion is a highly controversial subject, but remains popular among scholars and aficionados of the occult and unexplained. The term refers to the death from a fire originating without any apparent source of external ignition. The fire is believed to start within the body of the victim. The 1923 book Medical Jurisprudence states that the commonalities in recorded cases of spontaneous human combustion include the following characteristics. The victims are chronic alcoholics. They are usually elderly females. Their hands and feet usually fall off. The fire has caused very little damage to things around the body. The residue of greasy and fetid ashes is left behind. An illustration of 2 men finding a victim of spontaneous human combustion. Most physicians and investigators strongly believe that spontaneous human combustion is a product of alcoholism. What lies beyond the veil? To those who would claim that what lies beyond the veil is only madness, I ask you, is it madness to gaze upon the face of the others, those who can provide us with the cosmic knowledge of the ones who came before us, where we are headed and to what purpose we serve? Look beyond! Remove the blinders of logic and reason and embrace the unknown, for here is where the truth ultimately lies, not in some rigid textbook. You must open your mind and attune your senses in order to perceive what is really there, for beyond the veil lies all. Recently, I was speaking to a dear friend who had lost her mother just a few months prior. She told me that in the days following her mother's passing, she sensed a shift in the energy in her home, a benevolent energy. She became convinced that her mother's spirit was reaching out from beyond the veil. And why wouldn't she be? Death is not the end of our beings. We may shed our physical bodies, but our souls are eternal. While we have not yet mastered the ability to communicate with the deceased, we grow closer and closer each day. Our friends and loved ones who have passed beyond the veil and into the ever have much of the desire to speak with us again as we do with them. This is why spirit mediums are such valuable aids. Without them, we would be lost. Many are skeptical, and with good reason. But the mere fact that mediums exist should be proof enough that whatever higher power created us wanted to ensure that there were those among us who could bridge the gap between the living and the dead. I hope you guys are enjoying all this. 90s conspiracy websites were all about spontaneous combustion. No way! Are there still people that believe? that is a thing. Mediums, gateways to the spirit realms. Oh, kind of looks a bit like me. Oh. The homeland of the Chupacabra. Chupacabra. I got it. How was it, Shitflap? Did you see lots of like people coming to visit it, to see if it was real? People just take pictures of it. Oh yeah. Yeah. We have Gremlin. I just know the name. Maybe there was a TV show about them, huh? Oh, it wasn't. Was it more of a big deal for other people than it was for people actually living there? Communication with the spirit realm is most often achieved via the help of a medium. A fairly common practice employed to communicate with the dead is the séance, in which the medium tries to establish contact with the dead in the presence of a small to medium-sized group of people. The general opinion is that the greater amount of energy provided by living beings will establish a stronger connection to the spirit world. A medium is someone who can speak to the dead. Two types exist, mental and physical. The mental medium tunes in to the spirit world and relays messages by sensing or seeing spirits. The physical medium is able to produce manifestations of spirits, apparitions, knocks, bell rings, etc., by using ectoplasm created by their bodies and the bodies of the seance attendees. Oh, get in my ectoplasm jar! No one is exactly sure how the ability of mediumship is obtained. Some claim to have it from birth, while others attribute it to near death or other traumatic experiences. Whether a medium can see spirits or only hear them depends greatly on their level of skill, as well as their natural attunement to the spirit realm. Some mediums claim that an increase of this attunement is possible through practice and study, while others insist that it cannot be taught and is something that is either possessed or not. Illustration of a medium channeling a spirit. Looks like he's cheering. Okay. Voodoo in New Bretagne. The religious practices commonly known as voodoo originated in Africa, but have seen a migration in recent years. First moving to the West Indies, it spread after a revolt in Santo Domingo caused a wave of escaped and freed slaves to migrate to West Puccia. For years, the religion was practiced in secret, but emerged as more widely accepted faith after the abolition of slavery in 1840. The largest concentration of practitioners of voodoo is the city of New Bretagne, particularly the borough of Gascogne. Though it is at its root an African religion, voodoo has evolved in New Bretagne, heavily influenced by Catholicism. The New Bretagne voodoo has adopted several Catholic saints and turned into a hybrid religion unique to the city. One key factor which sets voodoo apart is the use of charms and amulets of various functions and purposes, commonly known as gree-gree. Gree-gree also originated in Africa, used mainly as a means to ward off evil spirits and bad luck. However, they have taken a darker connotation in the voodoo practices of New Bretagne, and can also be used to bring misfortune and suffering. Common types of gree-gree. The basic gree-gree is always contained in a leather pouch, the ingredients varying depending on the desired effects. For instance, a gree-gree designed to bring a gambler luck would contain chamois, red flannel, the red flannel that we found, that's, if it's got gambler, it could be the gambling line that the loan sharks wanted some collateral. Maybe. Badger ectoplasm. a shark's tooth, and dove's blood. A gree for sending away an enemy contains items like gunpowder or red pepper. Usually the person's name, their SS was written on the inside, their initials. Written on paper and included in the bag. To bring someone bad luck in business, the gree would contain chicken bones and graveyard dust. That guy was being sent, the dad was being sent chicken bones and graveyard dust. See, these actually quite useful to have read these. Okay, Terrors of the Deep, the giant squid. The giant squid, or Architeuthus, is one of many terrors of the deep. It has never been seen by humans, and all evidence of its existence has been found washed ashore, or in the belly of the squid's natural enemy, the sperm whale. Anything to do with ectoplasm, I wonder? Researchers have theorized that the giant squid can grow as large as 175 feet, which is 53 meters. Do we now know that there's a thing called a giant squid? Is that these actual animals now? That might sound really ignorant of me, but is that? Yes, okay, cool. Research theorized that beaks and tentacles have been found in the stomachs of whales, and some bear the scars and marks of suction cups. The giant carnivore has a torpedo-shaped body. It moves quickly through the ocean by using a jet of water forced out of its body by a siphon. The beast has a beak-like mouth, powerful enough to snap a steel cable in two. The tentacles extend far beyond the length of the body and feature several suckers, each surrounded by several tooth-like projections. These suckers are able to latch on to other creatures with a terrible death grip, so that even creatures like the mighty whale are brought down with relative ease. A first-hand account of an encounter with what is thought to be a giant squid is provided by Benjamin Roberts, first mate aboard the Althea. Oh, we've got footage of live ones now. How deep are they? Are you hanging out with it on Thursday? Are they? Whales eat so many of them, yet there are no indication of them dying out. How deep down are they? And what, like, which ocean are they in? What's their environment like? It was close to dusk. We were just off the coast of Madagascar when the lookout directed us to the source of a terrible bellowing from the port bow. Breaching from the depths was the leviathan, called the sperm whale, clearly in distress. Upon closer inspection, we noticed the poor beast was being smothered by gargantuan arms, the likes of which I had never seen. A panic erupted among the crew, and several began shouting about sea beasts and krakens. Meanwhile, the whale continued its futile struggle. I could not help but feel pity for the creature as its haunting cries echoed through the air. The captain ordered an immediate change of course, and we were soon on our way, leaving the whale to its horrid fate. Yeah, the giant squid Wikipedia article. Thank you, Shitflap. Thank you. The giant squid is widespread occurring in the world's oceans. It is usually found near continental and island slopes, Newfoundland, Norway, and the northern British Isles, Spain, and the oceanic islands of the Azores and Madeira. To the South Atlantic and southern Africa, the North Pacific around Japan, and the southwestern Pacific around New Zealand and Australia. Not the Thames, okay. Chussie is safe then. Chussie is safe. 10 to 12 meters long. Okay, so not quite 53. It's quite large. Wow. They have a little jet stream that they... Yeah. I want to see a picture. Right, squid. Oh my god. Wow. They're orange. Or some of them are orange anyway. It's funny, I can't tell what's AI and what's not. Like, I'm seeing that they found a 50-foot long giant squid in New Zealand. Is that picture AI? Or is that a genuine picture of a 50-foot long giant squid? Who knows? Wow. Yeah, I thought they might be. Which one? Oh, what was this? The Art of the Seance. Oh, they've got a rectum, an anus, but cannot find good pictures. Next time you meet one, you'll have to ask them, bend over and, so you can get a good picture. I would have thought the ink comes out of like a different hole, like a completely separate flap, Conducting a seance is not a matter to be taken lightly. When making attempts to contact those in the spirit realm, many precautions must be observed. The spirit medium must be in a relaxed state prior to commencing the seance. This can be achieved through meditation, prayer, or medicinal means. An agitated medium will have an extremely negative impact on the quality of the seance and may even attract violent spirits. During the seance, the medium will act as a vessel for spirits and pass on messages from the deceased. In some instances, a spirit board may be used. These are flat tables, typically made of wood. On the board are a number of symbols, pictures, letters, numbers, and/or words. The board is accompanied by a planchette, French for little board, which can take the form of a pointer on 3 legs or magnifying glass on legs. A most basic spirit board would contain simply the alphabet of whatever country the board is being used in, although it is not uncommon for whole words to be added. The board is used as follows. 1. To all of the participants in the seance, place 1 or 2 fingers on the planchette. Place 1 or 2 fingers on the planchette, which is in the middle of the board. The appointed medium asks questions of the spirits with whom they are attempting to communicate. And then we've got metempsychosis. Holes are hard to find. Yeah, you don't want to be trying to take a picture of the butthole and it's actually the ink hole, do you? Oh, see, look, it is a separate flap. Funnel-like structure.
Squid in the pond in my back garden.
Can you ask to see his anus?
And he's 20 feet long.
Wow.
I feed him small gerbils and any neighborhood pets that annoy me. Nature is cruel, and so am I.
Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. If you were my granddad, you would feed it cat shit. So, oh dear. Metempsychosis from the Greek meta, expressing change, and psyche, soul, refers to the philosophical idea of transmigration of the soul at time of death. That is to say, the reincarnation of a soul in another human or animal. It is thought to have originated with Orpheus in the 6th century BC. Orpheus proclaimed that the body and soul were 2 separate entities, chained together in life. Upon death, this bond was It's scary because I was just looking at that picture while I was reading, and I think how creepy it was that Granddad is kind of going into his own cat. Shit flap. Thank you for gifting a sub to Squid Flaps. Very, very much. Thank you. However, upon death, this bond was dissolved. The divine soul was freed from its corporeal prison. However, until the soul attained absolute purity, it was fated to continue the cycle of reincarnation. Deeds done in life would affect the soul's purity and determine how much longer its spiritual journey would go on before ascending to heaven. The theory postulates that the soul of a human or animal will be transferred to another living being. Some characteristics or personality traits of the soul are usually preserved. throughout reincarnations, for example, eye color or affinity towards a particular person or item. There is some debate regarding the exact nature of transferal of souls, but it is generally accepted that a human soul will transfer to an animal which is already alive. A soul belonging to an animal or human transferred to a human will enter a body at birth and not one which is already alive. Do you think, you know, that guy that is saying you'll pay for my wife's death? Do you think he thinks his wife has been reincarnated as this baby? Therefore, it can be useful to confirm a suspected reincarnation of the date of death and birth of the old and new bodies is the same. One popular believed case of metempsychosis comes from medieval Germany, where two feuding families both meet their ends. The last of one line was suspected of setting the other's stables on fire, during which the other perished. Soon after, a white horse took up residence at the surviving family's estate. While outriding, the estate caught fire, and the horse and rider ran into the flames, killing both. It is said that the horse was the reincarnation of the murdered heir come back to seek revenge on its killer. You think it's a bit of a stretch? I was just thinking he might have thought that it was the reincarnation of his wife. Might not be right. This is Secrets of Astral Projection. Astral projection refers to a willful out-of-body experience in which the soul, or astral body, disconnects from the physical body and may travel throughout the universe. The practice dates as far back as the ancient civilizations, with multiple depictions by the Egyptians of the soul, or ka, leaving the body before death. The expression astral projection means journeying to other worlds, heavens, hells, the astrological spheres, and other imaginal landscapes. But the term is also applied to non-physical travel around the physical world. Though this usage continues to be widespread, the term etheric travel, used by some later theophysicists, offers a useful distinction. Some experiments say they visit different times and or places. Etheric, then, is used to represent the sense of being out of the body in the physical world, whereas astral may connotate some alteration in time perception. This etheric body is usually, though not always, invisible, but is often perceived by the experienced as connected to the physical body during a separation by a silver cord, some link falling. Dreams with projection. Other experiments may describe a domain that has no parallel to any known physical settings. Environments may be populated or unpopulated, artificial, natural, or abstract, and the experience may be beatific, horrific, or neutral. Oh, like beatific, maybe? Beatific, horrific, or neutral. A common theophysical belief is that one may access a compendium of mystical knowledge called Akashic records. In many accounts, the experiencer correlates the astral world with the world of dreams. Some even report seeing other dreamers enacting dream scenarios unaware of their wider environment. Okay, cool.
It's nice of him coming.
So maybe we need to know who took the book out on Grigri, which is that one. One of these. Okay, we need to know who's borrowed voodoo in New Bretagne, I think.
The plaque says Leonora Pattinson, seer. She looks like
Peaceful,
someone I would
serene,
not want to fool
happy.
around.
The opposite of horrific was my guess. Let's look at the tarot
For all that
cards.
mystic stuff. Why should your life be dictated by a bunch of cards? Never much.
Could I ask you about some things, Miss Maxwell?
Certainly, darling.
Hatsune Miku Vocaloid with Bill's soul. No, not Miku!
What can you tell me about the Spectre Society?
Where to begin? I formed this club 2 years ago, right after I moved to New Britannia. During our meetings, we discuss our experiences with paranormal phenomena and organize investigations.
What sort of investigations?
We look into places all around the city which have been reported as haunted.
It's nice that
New
they've got a
Britannia
hobby,
is
isn't it?
teeming with the spirits of those killed during the French and British takeovers of the city. Not only that, but there is a prevalence of mystic religious practices here in Gascon, brought over by immigrants from the Antilles.
Fascinating.
There are plenty of books on the subject over there in the book.
I've read
if you're
all of
interested
them.
in learning more.
I've read all of them.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about any kidnappings, darling. If you wish, I can commune with the spirits and see if I can help locate your missing person.
Yeah, go
That
on.
won't be necessary, Miss Maxwell. Though I appreciate the offer.
I just feel like we might as well, because if she's right, great. If she's wrong, you know, so what?
I spoke with Henrietta Davis, and she mentioned one of your other members, Linda Walker. Can you tell me anything about her?
Kate Walker.
Ah, Linda. Poor dear. Of all our members, she is the one I feel for the most.
Oh, what, you'd like me to get a
She's
headband
had a
like hers?
tragic life, but I believe the Spectre Society has helped her greatly.
I don't wear it on
Not
stream,
only
though.
has she made a good friend in Henrietta, she's also dealt with her grief in a positive way. She has devoured my collection of books, educated herself on many subjects. I would say she's become an expert on clairvoyance and metempsychosis. It's always nice to know that the club can help those who have suffered.
Do you see her often?
Yes, she comes by about once or twice a week.
Okay.
What can you tell me about Linda and Henrietta's friendship?
It's so lovely to see them together at the meetings. They're practically inseparable. It's quite sweet. They often leave messages for each other in the guest book. When Linda found out that Henrietta was taking care of an infant, she even gave her a toy bear for the child. I remember Linda lighting up with excitement when she asked about him. She really loves children. It's such a terrible shame about... Please.
Do you
let's
think
discuss
she
something
stole
more
the
pleasant,
child
shall
because
we,
her
darling?
child died? You know, like, to replace a child that's
I'm sorry,
died.
What was it you said, Madam?
She might think that her child has been reincarnated as this child.
It refers to the
I told you
transmigration of the
guys.
soul after death.
I told you.
Anything like reincarnation?
Essentially, yes. There's a book on the subject over in the book.
I told you it was something to do with
reincarnation.
reincarnation.
I possibly could.
What's this tragic story about Linda you mentioned?
Oh dear. I probably shouldn't say.
Miss Maxwell, I'm going to be frank. I'm investigating a kidnapping, and Mrs. Walker is a person of interest. I need to know as much about her as possible to help me solve this case. Do I make myself clear?
Well, if it will help, Linda was married to a man named Thomas. Together, they had a son named Alexander. Thomas revealed himself to be a terribly cruel man. When he gave himself over to the drink, he would fly into rages and beat both Linda and the boy. One day, she came home to find both her son and husband dead.
My God, what happened?
The police ruled it a murder-suicide. Poisoning, apparently. Linda has been trying to make contact with Alexander's spirit for the past year or so.
And the baby is about a year
It really
old.
is a terrible tragedy.
Boudica! Don't make my ego any bigger, Rooks, if this says yes. Without a doubt! I am. Without a doubt, Rooks. Now my ego's inflated.
Do you know Linda Walker's address?
I'm afraid not, darling. Linda has always been somewhat private,
Our name's both
and
going to
that's
be.
not something I consider to be crucial information.
Do you know any way I can find her?
You
You
have
could
a
always
stuffed
come back
bear.
for our next meeting. It will be
Storage
the first
device for
Thursday
a
of next
soul.
month.
By then we'll have
Yeah, what if it's
completely
her
lost track of
kids?
Charles, there has to be another way of finding Linda.
I'm so on this. Like, I think it's Linda.
What made you decide to start up this club?
I began communing with the spirits at a
Maybe
very
she even
early
employed
age.
someone
My
to
twin
steal the
sister,
baby.
Rachel, died after
And
falling
they
into an icy
needed the
pond when we were
money.
8 years old.
I'm very sorry, Miss Maxwell.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I appreciate your sympathy, darling, but don't feel too bad. Rachel began speaking to me shortly after that. She has served as my spirit guide ever since.
Spirit guide? You mean you still speak with her?
Oh, yes. Every day. In fact, I was just speaking with her before you arrived. As
I
I
thought
grew
she was
older,
busy.
I realized there were others in the world who were also able to communicate with spirits, and those who had an interest in what lies beyond the ether. And so, once I moved to New Britannia, I decided to start up this club so we could gather and share our experiences.
You know,
You
it
suppose
doesn't
she can
seem
hear
like
what
they're
I'm
hurting
saying?
anyone.
Hey, Angela.
Other
try a
than
bit
the,
less
like,
eyeshadow,
stealing
would ya?
babies.
You look like a purple raccoon. Nothing. Clearly a fraud. Ah, well.
I was wondering,
Yes?
when you communicate with the spirits, are you able to stop?
If I wish them to leave me, yes. I bid them farewell. And
Goodbye,
they
Bill.
usually
Goodbye,
depart
Bill.
back into the
Goodbye,
ether.
Bill.
What about the more persistent ones?
You do remember I'm right here, don't you?
Well, just between you and me. Those spirits are best dealt with by having the other kind of spirits. Quiets them right down.
I prefer soporific myself.
Oh? You hear the voices of the spirits as well, Mr. Fordham.
We stepped right in that.
Now the reason for your visit to the Spectre Society is obvious. Do you see? All our paths eventually become clear. I'm glad yours has brought you here.
Oh, wonderful. Now she started rhyming. Don't get any funny ideas about telling her about me. She may be a lunatic, but that's no reason to expose yourself as one too.
Like this. Do I tell her about Bill?
Thank you for the info.
It was.
Can I save and then do it and see what happens? I'll see what happens and we can always reload.
Could I ask you?
Sir.
I don't hear the voices of all spirits, just one.
Miles, what are you doing?
Ah, you have a spirit guide. Please tell me more, darling.
I wouldn't call him a spirit guide so much as a spirit nag.
This is a very, very bad idea.
Do you know who this spirit is?
Yes, it's my former detective partner, Bill. I shot him on our last case together.
Oh, I did shoot him, okay.
Shot him?
He was on a roof being held at knife point by a burglar. They were too close. I took the shot, but missed.
Okay, there we go.
I hit
Confirmation.
my partner instead.
Oh my, you poor darling. Is he angry with you?
Well,
It
he
was
is now.
totally his
He
fault.
doesn't think it's a good idea to tell others about him. But normally, he's the same as he was in life. He just wants me to find the man responsible for his death. I've told him I'm really the one responsible, but he insists it's the burglar.
I see. This is quite the unfortunate situation. My advice to you is this. Spirits often know best. You do well to listen to him about keeping his presence to yourself. Not everyone is as open-minded as we members of the Spectre Society.
Maybe I misjudged her.
I know. It's been hardest keeping this from my wife, but I can't drive her away. She's all I've really got left.
Your story has touched me, Mr. Fordham. I will do everything
Oh,
I
sorry
can
about
to
that.
help you and your spirit guide find peace.
Oh!
If I find anything out which might help you, I will contact you personally.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell. I appreciate it.
Well, that could have turned out much worse. I'm warning you, Miles. Tell anyone else about me, and I won't be so
Do
forgiving.
you guys think I
Thank you for the
should stick with it?
information. It was very enlightening.
It was my pleasure, darling.
Do you think I should reload or do you think that's okay? That I told her. I think it's alright.
I'll be going now.
May the spirits guide you to that
Yeah.
which you seek.
Alright. I could just imagine getting in trouble with my wife, like she sends me a personal message and my wife is like, why are these women contacting you?
Hello again, Mr. Fordham.
Every day is April Fool's Day here.
I have some questions for you, Mrs. Davis.
All right.
I don't know. I'm not sure if we should
Mrs.
tell
Davis,
my wife.
You ever had
She's
Linda
probably
visit
gonna think
you
I'm
at the Harris
fucking
Manor?
crazy.
Oh, no, of course not.
Then would you care to explain your note to her in the Spectre Society guest book?
Please, Mr. Fordham, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that it gets so lonely by myself in the house at night. So every now and then, I invite Linda to come over for tea and some company.
I see.
I really
When was
think
the
it's
last time
Linda.
this happened?
2 nights ago. Please don't tell Mr.
I'm
and
so
Mrs.
gonna,
Harris, Mr.
like-
Fordham. If they found out what I was doing, they'd have me dismissed without a reference.
I won't, but I'd very much like to speak with Mrs. Walker. Do you have any idea where
I will
can
put her
find
in prison. So
All I
far,
know
I'm on
is
there.
that she works as a seamstress at a shop in Lyon, but I don't know the name. I'm sorry, I can't be of any more help.
I'm
than
feeling
that.
like we're gonna put her in jail. If they give me the
Thank you for
option,
your time,
like
Mrs.
they did with the
Davis.
last guy,
Oh, you're
jail or
very
no jail.
welcome.
We can't have Linda out there stealing people's babies. Like, the other guy's crime seems like a one-off. But it feels like Linda is going to find another baby that she, like, fixates on and is going to steal that again. Do we even bother going to the... I guess... Let's pop home and see whether my wife knows where a seamstress shop.
Hello, Ma.
Addie?
What do you need, dear?
You weren't kidding about business picking up. You're averaging what, about 3 appointments per day?
More like 5. I told you, debutante ball season's busy.
Doesn't it get tiresome?
Not really. You'd be surprised at the sort of gossip I hear from my clients. I don't know what it is, but they just open up to me and tell me all kinds of personal things. You sure you don't want me to give you a trim?
I'm fine for now, dear. Thank you. I'd forgotten how good you are at écarté. You absolutely destroyed me the other night.
Is that a card game?
You used to hold your own pretty well.
We should have another match soon. That way I can hone my skills.
Yes, we should. As long as you can
That was the
concentrate, I'm
worst
sure you'll
compliment.
get as good as you used to be.
Like, I thought we were going to say that she looked beautiful or something.
Addie, did you
No,
ever work
you're great
with
at card
or meet a
games.
musician in Gascon named Roland?
Roland?
Yes, a piano player.
Oh,
Roland's
of
who she's
course.
having the affair
That's
with.
gotta be Roland Devereaux. Yes, I know him. I'd just as soon never hear the name again, if I'm being honest.
That bad, huh?
He's just an arrogant little twerp.
No, I
Completely
always
full of
feel
himself,
awkward at the
thinks he's God's gift
hairdressers.
to music. He really isn't very good. Misses notes like you wouldn't believe.
I never know whether to
Used
make
throw
eye
me off
contact
the few
with
times I
them,
sang
or
with
do
him.
I close my
Well, he's
eyes
a
while they're
person of
cutting my
interest in
hair?
current case.
How do I
Any
talk
idea
to
where I can
them?
find him?
Last I heard,
You know, and
he
then they
was
put the
playing a
hair
regular
dryer
gig
on
at
and
the
they're still
Crimson
trying to talk
Cat,
to me
but
over the
that
hair
was a few
dryer.
years ago. If he's not still there, they might know where he went.
Thanks, dear. That's incredibly helpful.
My pleasure.
I can't believe the nerve of that narrow-minded old cow.
Who, Mrs. Delacroix? She's actually one of my nicest clients.
I don't know how you can tolerate her. If I were you, I'd strike her off my list.
Why?
If I did that for every
Did
one
she
of my
say
clients who thought the
anything
same as
that
her,
bad?
I'd be out of a job. That's just the way it is.
Maybe so, but it doesn't make it any less
What did
infuriating.
she say? What did she say? She said she was surprised at how she was surprised at me. But I presumed it was because I was looking scruffy that she thought that this lady deserved better than me. That's what I thought she was implying. But was it something? Was it something else that I? And like her commenting on how scruffy we look isn't like that bad, isn't? Asking about the gossip, what, like get them to give me the gossip? But I don't care. I care about gossip about people I guess I do care about gossip about people I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I will ask. Oh, is it?
Have you ever heard of a group
I
called
thought
the
it was just
Spectre
because we needed a
Society?
I
haircut.
think I had a client.
Hey,
once who
Arthur,
mentioned
whatcha?
it. There's some kind of spiritualist group, right?
So it would seem.
I don't really know anything else about them, sorry.
I thought she thought that this lady deserved better than me because I needed a haircut.
How are things going with you?
I'm a
Just,
bit
you know.
worried about some rumors I've been hearing.
Oh?
They're saying it won't be long before automated hairdressing devices are available to the public. Once that happens, it's going to
sun
be tough
rose
for me to
today.
keep getting jobs.
Automated hairdressing devices? How would those even work? Do they read your mind?
Doubtful. More than likely they'll have some kind of settings or just give everyone the same type of hairstyle.
I wouldn't worry too much, Addie. You're the best hairdresser in town. I doubt people will place their trust in some contraption over you.
You underestimate my clientele, Miles. They're mostly all rich socialites whose hobbies are buying the most expensive and modern things just to outdo their peers. They'll be sending their servants to line up for days before the things are released.
Perhaps, but they'll come running back to you once the machines stop working. You'll see.
I certainly hope
Or
so.
pull their hair
I'll
out.
let you get back to your book.
Do you guys remember those things that used to get in like the 90s that would braid your
I'm
hair
heading
for
out for
you?
now.
Goodbye,
And it was
dear.
like the plastic
Love you.
things,
Love you
and they
too.
would. So many kids got their hair stuck in it. Yard. Oh, the Crimson Cat. Should we just go along this line? I don't think it's actually him.
Ah, the Crimson Cat. One of my favorite underground clubs. Ooh, I spent some wild nights here. Which reminds me, I wonder if Stefan is still working the bar these days. Call me old-fashioned, but I've always felt the piano should be played by an actual human. These automated ones just don't have any soul. Looks like a view of Claremont Street with St. Denis Cathedral in the background. This place has been around for quite some time. That well-dressed feline is Red, the official mascot.
Seems like one way to get your hair shaved off when you don't want it shaved, or it gets stuck.
Good old Bollingworth Ale.
But then
Unlike
maybe
so many
they'll
other
actually
things in
take
life,
the right
never
amount of
lets you
hair
down.
off. You know, you're like,
Well,
oh, I just
not
want a
while you're
couple of
drinking,
inches
anyway.
off, and they
The next morning
take
is
off
another
like this
story
amount.
entirely. Looks like they've got Bollingworth, fine beef. Quite the selection. Quite the selection. Seagrave's Stasholine, high quality mustache wax. You know,
Some of these
I always wondered
aren't
what you'd look like with
interesting.
a mustache. Attention customers. Use of Dr. Tennyson's figure pills while under the influence of alcohol may cause loss of consciousness. It's nice to see this establishment looking out for its patrons.
Okay, let's talk to this strapping young lad then.
Excuse me, are you Roland Devereaux?
Who's asking?
Miles Fordham, private investigator. I wanted to ask you some questions.
Sure, whatever you say.
Okay. Should we ask him about himself
So,
first?
I take it you're a musician?
A musician? Am I a musician? Man, you insult
Man!
me. Ask anyone who hears me tickle those ivories. They'll all tell you. I'm doing the Lord's
Do you think
work.
he can't actually
I am
play and he
more
uses an
than just a mere
automated piano?
musician. I have a purpose on this earth, and that is to move
That
people,
lady's...
to bring joy.
I
to
mean,
their
I guess it
souls.
makes sense why she doesn't
And
want to
this
talk
is
to him all that
after you've
much.
set the piano back to manual, right?
I don't expect a layman like yourself to understand, least of all a private eye. Your job is exploiting people's misery. I don't know how you can even look at yourself.
Oh, it's fairly easy. But then I expect
Yeah,
you've
he's
never
got a
gone more than
smug
5
face.
minutes without looking at yourself. Are you acquainted with a woman named Miriam Harris?
Sure, acquainted. That's definitely a word you could use. But then, I'm also acquainted with about 20 other women in this borough alone.
Fascinating. Could you tell me about Miriam, please?
Sure, that woman could talk the ear off a cornstalk.
Oh? She said you didn't talk much.
That's right, I don't. She talks plenty for the both of us. Always going on about how sick she is of the phony high society types, how glad she is to be with someone real. But hey, she's loaded. And she's pretty good in bed, so it's a nice little thing we got going on.
Are you aware that Mrs. Harris's son was kidnapped last night?
What? Kidnapped?
Yes. Do you know anything about it?
No, not at all. I mean, I knew she had a son. She wouldn't shut up about him. Why would anyone take someone else's child voluntarily? Are people that desperate to have their own little brats?
I want to know if he
I
thinks that
assume you're
kid's
not a fan
his.
of children?
Let's just put it this way. I would rather have a hot poker shoved up my ass repeatedly than ever have to deal with a child.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
quite
sure he would, actually. I
specific.
think he's a...
There is no way in hell I'm going to tie myself down and give up this great life of mine. If this lady's kid's been stolen, she'll probably leave her husband and want a replacement brat. I'm not gonna be that
Do you think
sucker,
he knows
that's
that
for
it's
sure.
his kid?
Thanks, friend. You've really opened my eyes. I think the time has come to exit stage left from Mrs. Harris's life.
You're a real piece of work, Roland.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's quite enough for now.
It's about time.
Yeah, he's great, isn't he? Yeah.
Fine beer always served here. Good to know.
What a catch. By comparison, her husband that has the gambling problem, infinitely better.
Well, someone certainly wasn't shy about making their opinion known.
Right, let's save.
So we say to Harris and his cronies, no, we will not stand
No.
for this.
Elect Hart Leroy, the man of the people. I think that's preaching to the choir around here. I suddenly remembered a joke.
Oh, yeah.
What's the difference between the HMS Lenore and Chief Snelling?
They're
One
full
is
of
a
hot air.
greatly disliked
Oh.
and untrustworthy sack of hot air, and the other is the HMS Lenore.
Ho, 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 ho.
Now that is an impressive piece of machinery.
Yeah, because then you look better compared to them, right, Digits?
Steam Tech.
But the way this gate is set up, I think...
Why are
got
we
jobs
cheering?
To go to.
Pardon me, are you Arthur Devons by any chance?
Yes. Who are you?
Miles Fordham, private investigator.
I want to find
Can I
out
ask
who's
you a
been
few
sending
questions?
like chicken bones
Yes, so. Yeah.
as well.
You recognize this letter, Mr. Devons?
How'd you get that? That wasn't meant for you.
I found it at the home of Mr. Malcolm Harris. He tells me you've been sending quite a few of these to his
It's you
father.
guys
Me
outside
and
the
everyone
dungeon
else would had someone
protesting.
killed by that devil machine. I'm not the only one, you know.
Perhaps not, but he told me you were the most persistent. Does this piece of fabric look familiar to you?
Looks like it came from some fancy jacket. The type you'd expect to see on the snobs in Leon. I could never afford clothes like that in a million
Interestingly enough, that lady works at a sewist's in Leon. So maybe she sewed.
You recognize this button?
Can't say I do, but it looks handmade. I wonder how long it will be before the poor soul who crafted that button gets booted into the street and replaced with some steam.
Nah, they're gonna be booted into jail.
You seem very dedicated to your cause.
I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Fordham.
There's quite a lot of people who are against steam tech, aren't there?
Yes, the movement is gaining ground and growing rapidly.
They're like protests are a little bit loud.
I've heard stories about some more extreme members. Do you know anything about that?
You mean the Red-Axe? Sure, I've heard of them. Even met a few. But if you think I'm telling you anything else beyond that, you're sorely mistaken.
Are you a member of the Red Axe, Mr. Devons?
No. I prefer more peaceful methods of making my voice heard. Now, if you don't mind, I think we should drop the subject.
Okay.
What have you got against the Harris family?
The family? Don't know nothing about the family. The only one I got a problem with is Clyde Harris, the one who owns this yard.
That's
He's just
quite
like
nice
all
of
those
him.
other rich bastards with their heads
He
in the
doesn't
clouds.
have like
The
anything
man don't
directly
care about
against the
the
whole
dead.
family.
He just wants to make as much money as he can. I'm just trying to make him realize how wrong he is.
Do you practice voodoo, Mr. Devons?
What?
The chicken bones and dust you send along with your letters. It's a voodoo spell meant to cause bad luck in business. Quite a convenient solution, wouldn't you
It's
say?
a good thing we went to the...
I don't know what you're on about.
Oh!
Now, Mr. Devons, I'd appreciate
He
it if you didn't
does.
think I was stupid.
All right.
He's a
fine.
cheeky fella.
I went to go see one of them magic women in Gascon.
Okay.
She told me about the spell and what I needed to do. I don't believe in the stuff, but
You
I
thought you
thought
might as well
maybe if
try
I
it. Yeah,
did,
okay.
I could scare Harris enough to get him to stop making the new airship.
Well, I
But
don't
was
mean
that
to
by
be one to put a
mistake,
damper
Sect?
on your amateur witchcraft, but it doesn't seem to be doing you much good. Why are you out here protesting?
Because what Harris Construction is doing ain't right. I lost my wife in the Lygia crash, and I'm not the only one, neither. Hundreds of people were affected by that disaster, and now these bastards are making another
But are they
airship.
making
It's
a
like slap in the face
safer
to everyone who
airship?
died. I just can't understand it.
What do you hope to accomplish by protesting?
Simple. We want construction of the Lenore
Oh, you
Stop
hide the pouch
and a
near their
full
business,
investigation
so
into the
yeah.
Lygia disaster.
But then it would
Not
freak
only
them out
that,
if they
we
got
want
it right.
compensation for our losses.
Which I think was really his
took care
goal.
of all the families of those on board, but the families of the ones in the park didn't get a single copper. It just isn't fair. We aim to make things right. After that, it'll just be a matter of time before people realize that there's no future in steam
Yeah,
tech,
that's fair enough.
and they'll call the whole thing off.
Ah, the innocence of the downtrodden. I wish I could be as naive as them.
That's fair. Like
Made my
they
life a
should
lot
get
easier.
compensation, and they should make sure that the airship that they're making is safer, and this won't happen.
You must have loved your wife very much.
Are you
No, I
joking?
hated her.
I loved her more than there are stars in the sky. She was my whole world, Mr.
Oh.
Fordham, the light of my life. It's been nothing but cold and dark
It's okay.
since she was killed. You're married, aren't you, Mr. Fordham? I see a ring on your finger.
I am, yes.
Then take my advice. Appreciate every moment you have with her. You never know when she'll be ripped out of your life, leaving you with nothing.
You know, this fella was actually pretty wild.
Yeah, what a little
Really misjudged
cutie.
Do you know anything about the kidnapping of Charles Harris?
Charles Harris? Who's that?
Clyde Harris's grandson.
I didn't even know he had a grandson. I can't believe someone with a grandkid, a family, would want more flying death in the air.
You
How
private
many more people have
detective.
to die before someone realizes that
It's like,
steam machines are evil.
LA Noir
People
looking
will
at the
kill
rings
their
on the
own
fingers.
lambs for a crown these days.
Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
You too. Mr. Fordham.
He didn't do it, did he? Yeah, if the protesters could be a little bit quieter, like keep it down. Your protesting doesn't need to be so disruptive.
Hello, sir. Welcome to LaFay
Hello.
Lenders. I'm the owner, Chester LaFay. Are you looking to take out a loan?
Not today, I'm afraid.
This looks like quite a nice lenders.
Look, I don't know
He
what
said it
you've
was
heard, but I run a clean business here. I don't need
horrible, but it
any
looks
trouble.
nice.
And
Hey,
I'm not here to
Darren.
cause any, for the
He's
moment.
got a rug.
Just keep your
Yeah,
nose
it's a
where
little
it
bit
belongs.
torn up,
We should
but
get along fine.
everything's color coded. Look, red. Nice red chair.
A crew
Lovely.
escaping a shipwreck on a violent sea. Not the most comforting painting to look at while waiting for a loan. Must be soothing for LaFay to be able to look at this landscape while he sits at his desk.
Looks nice.
He actually has a degree in business from the University of New Britannia? What a waste. LaFay with a woman and a small girl. I wouldn't have taken him for a family man.
We haven't really spoken to
That's the
him.
latest model Computron. They don't come cheap. LaFay must be doing pretty well for himself. Do you suppose LaFay turns the heat up
Well-
to put some pressure on his clients?
We're not sure whether he is a loan shark. We
I
think he
shudder to
is.
think how many people's financial freedoms are locked away in that cabinet.
But we might just be assuming
Mr.
things.
LaFay,
He hasn't
I'd like
said
to ask
it.
you some questions.
Fine, but keep it brief.
Tell me a bit about yourself and your business, Mr. LaFay.
Always
To
start
tell,
them off with
I lend
themselves.
people money, they pay me back.
Surely it's
Fair
not
enough.
that simple.
Well, of course I charge interest. Otherwise, I'd never make a profit. I know
Okay.
people don't look
How much
upon the
interest do
service
you
I provide
do you
very
charge?
favorably. But without my help, there would be a lot more unhappiness in the world.
How did you go about starting up this business?
I didn't. My former employer, Mr.
Hey,
Roth,
Doc.
left it to me when he passed.
That was rather good of him.
Yes, well, he didn't have any heirs, and he considered me to be the son he never had.
Oh, that's
He was
kind of
fond of my family,
cute,
too.
isn't
I
it?
try and keep my work and home life as far away from each other as I can, though. There's a lot of things in this line of work that my wife and daughter are better off not knowing about.
So he's doing things that he's not
Tell me
proud
what you
of.
know about Malcolm Harris.
Ah, Mr. Harris. Took out a loan about a month ago. Still hasn't paid me back. In fact, he sent along a letter yesterday, saying he was having an emergency and needed more time. I probably should have refused to do business with him. As soon as he walked through the door, I could tell his type.
What type is that?
Upper class, bored with his life, trying to escape and doing it through vice. In his case, gambling.
Why doesn't he
This
just?
guy is good. Maybe you can
Why doesn't he
pursue
just get a
money
job?
lending if the
Like,
whole
you know, if
private
he's really
investigator
bored,
thing doesn't
being,
work out.
you know, oh
But
god,
for
I'm
some
too
reason,
rich, I'm
I
so
pitied him
bored.
And decided to give him the loan anyway. Compassion
Why
isn't
doesn't he
exactly
work
an asset in this
for his
business, you see.
father
Nothing to worry
in the
about in
airship
your
business?
case,
Because he's
then.
going to be
Aside from that,
inheriting
I don't
it
know anything about
anyway.
I prefer to keep how much I know about my clients to a minimum. Makes things easier for me.
Because, you know, if you're going to be inheriting the business, surely doing some work in that business to get to know it so that when you inherit it, it's not such a big... Hey, Herbal, good morning. Happy April, Herbal. Work isn't exciting, working is not fun. But, like, because he's so rich and he's the owner's son, he could do as much as he wanted to. Or as little as he wanted to. No adrenaline rush. He could do, like, a high adrenaline job. Like, you know... He's one of the people that do the really dangerous... Yeah, he could go cosplay as somebody who's poor. You know, like he could do one of those really dangerous jobs, like walking along the steel beams and stuff. You know, I don't know, just something really dangerous to get that adrenaline rush. Or you know what is like might be quite exciting, making money for the company. That would give you a bit of a rush. I don't know. I just you know.
Take a look at this piece of fabric. Does it look familiar to you?
Sure, it looks like it came from a jacket. In fact, yes, it's the same fabric as the jacket I'm wearing.
Would you mind if I took a look at your jacket?
Sure, not a problem. Here.
He's very willing, isn't he? It looks intact. No, no label. Nothing to click on.
No tears in mine, huh?
Not a one. You clearly take good care of your clothing.
I don't mean to discourage
Where did you get it?
Mr. Fordham, but I've seen a lot of people with this style of jacket. Hell, even
I've
Malcolm
got
has
something in
one.
my eye.
I remember he was wearing it.
Even
when he came
Malcolm
in.
has one.
Thank you for the information, Mr. LeFay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid. How are we doing? You were playing the Case of the Golden Idol. How is it? Ayo. Hey, Frass. Frass, how was it? How was the Golden Idol? Hey, Spider, good morning. It's so much fun, is it? It's one that I've been putting off because I find the animation style a little bit horrifying. Like, it frightens me. So I've been not wanting to do it. I've thought about maybe doing it for Halloween. It scares me a little bit. I don't know. I think it's just something about the teeth and the faces. It's 4 p.m. It's 3 p.m. It's 3 p.m. over here. It's like close enough to morning, right? It's only 3 hours past noon. Yeah. I've heard so many good things about it. How far did you get today with it, Frass? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in, raiders. We're playing Lamplight City, which is I guess along a similar lines as the Golden Idol murder mystery. Our partner Bill, we shot him. It was his fault. But we want to find the burglar that caused him to be shot. And he lives in our brain at the moment. And while that is all happening, we are also trying to solve cases as a private detective as we go along. So we've just had a case about a child being kidnapped. And they're like 1 year old, so child, baby. We're trying to find who's taken the child. So far, prime suspect is a woman whose kid died. And we think that she thinks that that kid is a reincarnation of her kid, so she stole it. Yeah, Uncanny Valley in the faces, right? Yeah, terrible. Yeah, museums with stuffed mannequins. And I have a problem with dolls. I have a problem with dolls. I don't like them. So, it frightens me. It frightens me, honestly. It's more like a horror game for me than I've put it out. I've put it off, I mean. I think this will work. There you go, lads. Please follow Frass. Frass is an amazing streamer. Streams on GOG as well. But really wonderful streamer. I can't recommend Frass enough. Just like, please go follow. So this is a threat. That's a threat. Yeah. Doll's got a problem with me. So.
I've got some more questions, Mr. LeFay.
Go ahead, then.
Ruggers, because I'm
exactly how much
higher
did
up
Mr.
here.
Harris borrow from you?
Is that relevant to your investigation?
Doll-themed horror games. Resident Evil Village.
Yes.
Horrifying. I think I cried.
But I will say it was over 500 crowns.
So the dad
like I said,
has taken a
probably
loan
shouldn't
out
have done it,
from
but
this
I'll
guy.
get the money back one way or another.
What's
What's
your
your debt
policy
collection?
regarding people who don't pay their loans back?
There are a few options. For the first 3 months or so, I'll send them a letter reminding them. After that, I start to threaten them with legal action. You
Okay,
wouldn't
fair
believe
enough.
Some of the things people do to avoid paying back their loans. One client went so far as to fake his own death.
Do you ever employ any more unusual methods?
If you're implying that I do anything illegal, Mr. Fordham, you're mistaken. Look,
I
have
believe
a
this
family
guy.
to consider. I'm not about to go get my hands dirty when there's plenty of legitimate ways to handle the situation.
I love this guy. I'm fully
Are
on
you
board
aware
with
that
him.
Malcolm's son Charles was kidnapped last night?
I had no idea he even had a son. As I said, I don't ask my clients too many personal questions. Though now you've told me, I suppose that would explain the emergency he mentioned in his letter. Poor guy.
I think that's all for now.
This lad seems perfectly nice. Yeah, I'm so thinking that it's the lady who... Okay, so who are we gonna ask? Maybe you?
Oh, Mr. Fordham. Oh, thank God you're back.
What's going on?
Our butler just brought this in.
Oh,
He found it
butler.
stuck to the gate outside.
Harris family, we have your son. If you ever want to see him again, you must stop building the new airship. We are not joking. I was about to laugh. I thought this was April Fool's. So I think because we told that guy who was protesting about the son, he is now using it as
I have some
leverage.
questions for you, Mr.
Yes, of course.
So I don't think he
What is your
actually has
opinion
their
of this ransom
son.
note?
It's obvious who sent it, Mr. Fordham. Why are you wasting your time here? Go arrest Mr. Devons!
Those are all the questions
It
I have
seems
for
like
now.
a bit of a shame or a bit stupid of him to do that. It's like admitting, I have done
some
a
questions for
crime.
you if you're
Please
up to answering them,
arrest
Mrs.
me.
Harris.
I'll try my best, Mr. Fordham.
She's having an affair. Everyone is just coming from that range. She's having an affair and her husband has a gambling problem.
Did you read the ransom note?
No, Malcolm wouldn't let me. He said I was already too upset.
That's all for now, Mrs. Harris.
Very well.
Okay, let's go straight out. Excuse me. Right. I know you sent that note.
Yes?
He's like, oh, yes, I haven't done anything illegal.
Mr. Devons, can you tell me about this note?
The boy! Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome
Are you
in.
sure about that?
Absolutely.
I've never seen it before in my life.
Nothing to do with that boy's kidnapping. I didn't even know he existed until you told me.
Yeah, but now I told you, I think you
And
sent
that
a
note
note.
conveniently showed up right after you had that conversation. Let him stew in his own lines. His unique way of spelling is all the evidence we need to tie him to the note.
Very well, Mr. Devons. Forget I asked. Good day to you, Mr. Devons.
I don't think it was him, but I almost want to put him in jail just for his own sheer
This
stupidity.
Arthur Devon's Joker is bad news.
Like-
not only is he making threats to the Harris family, he also has the nerve to send a ransom note. We have enough evidence to pin the crime.
We're not
on
going to
him.
pin the crime on him.
The police can deal with the headache of actually finding the baby.
No, well, actually, so this game does have like a choices matter.
Reject steam machines. They take our jobs.
So you can end the, end it early. If you
Welcome
don't
back,
kind of
Mr. Ford.
care whether you actually
I
solve
don't
the
think
case.
there's anything she can help with.
Am I saying stupid people deserve jail?
There's quite a few members.
No, I'm just saying.
I'll be going.
May this.
No, I'm just saying that I think that he maybe should have. Yeah, okay, look, I'm saying that stupid people deserve jail.
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Yeah, threatening people's a crime. It's a crime.
Can we go over my current case?
Of course. What have you got?
100%.
I found this torn piece of fabric at the crime scene. It's got an emblem with some initials on it.
I recognize that emblem. It's from Solomon Stitching, a little tailor shop in Lyon. My ex-husband had several jackets from there.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but do you remember where they're located?
I believe it's on the corner of Bonneville Street and Surratt Avenue.
Fantastic. You're helpful as always.
Yeah,
Upton.
it gives me Big Gabriel 1 vibes. It does have like bits about voodoo as well. Do I care what she's got to say about it? All right, we'll listen to what she's got
at
to
the
say.
crime scene. Child's nanny
Do I care what
identified
you've
it
got
as
to
the eye
say?
of his stuffed bear.
Did you find the bear at the scene?
No, the kidnapper must have taken it as well.
Interesting.
Either the kidnapper is very compassionate, or it's someone who knew the child. I spoke with Henrietta Davis, the Harris family nanny.
A sensible place to start. What did she have to say?
She claims to have been unconscious when the kidnapping took place.
She must be an extremely heavy sleeper.
I don't believe so. The way she described it made it sound like she was drugged.
Interesting. Definitely worth looking into, I'd say.
Have you ever heard of the Spectre Society?
I
think so. They're some sort of ghost hunting club, aren't they?
A spiritualist group, yes.
Don't tell me this case is taking a turn for the supernatural.
Not exactly. It's just come up as a potential lead.
My favorite bit about Gabriel Knight 1 was Gabriel Knight hitting on his own grandmother. She was pretty hot, so I completely understand it. Hey, Rev. Good
Are
morning.
you familiar with the term metempsychosis?
No, what is it?
Apparently
She was pretty
some
sexy.
mystics and philosophers maintain that it's a process whereby human and animal souls are transferred to new bodies upon death.
Fascinating. Some people have such queer ideas. What's that got to do with the kidnapping, though?
I'm not exactly sure yet.
Sometimes I'm jealous of all the odd things you detectives get to look into.
That's enough about the
What
case.
is her job?
Okay.
I think she works for the police, but I'm not.
How's work going?
Hectic as usual.
There we go.
Crime in this city seems to be getting worse and
Not
worse
sure.
every day.
I
I'm
suppose
not
that's the
completely
price
clear
of
on what she
progress.
does.
God help us if they ever actually discover that ethericity stuff then. Things between you and Adelaide getting any better?
I'm really not sure. They haven't gotten worse, but things haven't been the same between us since Bill died.
Well, you need to figure things out, or everything is just going to explode in your face one of these days.
Why don't you figure it out? God.
I'm merely speaking from experience. If I'd seen the warning signs of Harold
Oh, she
sooner,
took
it would have saved me quite the headache. At least your marriage seems like it's still worth saving.
That's it, I
Thank
think.
you. Bye bye. Wait, other case. Is she going to be able to tell me something about the
Can we talk?
Go on, I'm listening.
Easter Lily case?
What's the other case you mentioned? The one you said was a higher priority.
Well, it seems we might have a mass murderer on our hands.
You don't say.
That's right. I didn't say because I shouldn't say.
You guys won't
But
say
so
anything,
far,
right?
We've had 3 murders with a very similar MO in the past 2 months. Snelling is trying his hardest to keep it under wraps.
How
since
many
the
people do you have to
newspapers
kill to
already
be a
caught
mass
wind of the first
murderer?
I don't envy the department there. I'm happy to stick with the missing
I just mean that
persons and
3.
domestic disputes.
So I wouldn't say
That's
3
it, I
was a
think.
mass.
Then
you know?
you'd
Oh yeah. I was talking about you playing Mass Effect. I was who are you romancing in it, Spider? Gabriel sounds like such a nice grandson. He does very. He really prioritizes like closeness and family. Massive. Yeah, like a mass assassin. I feel like is because 3 doesn't feel like that many. Oh, there we go. Congress has defined mass murders as killing 3 or more. All right, with no cooling off period. Sure. Oh, no romancing anyone in Mass Effect 2 yet? I just was gonna write Mass Effect. Yeah, 4 too far. What do you know what they say? 3 is a crowd. I hope you're loving it though.
Good day to you, sir. Welcome to Solomon Stitching. I'm Jonah Solomon. Please let
We
me know if I
romanced
can help you
Garrus.
with anything.
Romance Garrus. When I played it on my own, I romanced Liara, the only Asari with eyebrows in the universe. Yeah, 3 in one go, so 3 over a month doesn't really sound like a
Quite
mass.
the selection, but I doubt the typical clientele of this place buys off the rack. Isaac Samuels, the prime minister who freed the slaves. They say even his enemies wept on the day he died. I sure hope I get to meet him someday.
So that second voice is Bill in my head, our dead partner.
That coat is so dull. I always prefer the
He's
ones
really
with more
rude.
color. The design of that coat looks awfully familiar. This
The
guy's
one
been in
with the
business
piece of
forever.
fabric that we've got.
My grandmother had one like that. I think it was meant to be relaxing, but it always felt like my time was running out. Now that it has, well, it actually is relaxing. Go figure.
Yeah, we've got the Garrus body pillow.
Impressive collection of
You can get a
candle
Rex
books.
body
I
pillow
wish
as
I knew
well.
about this guy when I was alive. I'd have asked him to make me a suit.
And
for my
a
funeral.
Blasto body pillow.
That cloth will be a garment soon. A vest, by the looks of it. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's a treasure map.
Okay, anything else?
Judging from the position and the lock, this is likely where Mr. Solomon keeps his money.
Okay. So when we come back and steal from him later, you guys remember that? But there's not much room for that body pillow now because Suze likes to sleep with us. Yeah, Blasto, the famous movie star.
Mr.
Yeah,
Solomon?
does appreciate Rex.
Yes, sir. How may I be of service? Oh, let me guess.
Rex is
You're
great.
looking to replace that old coat. It looks like it's got quite a few stories it could tell me.
You should listen to the man, Miles. He clearly knows what he's talking about.
Not today, I'm afraid. There's still a few more stories it has left to tell. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions? Very well, but if they aren't about tailoring, I don't know how much help I'll be.
Can I get a shout out for Spider as well, Rug? Spider's a wonderful streamer. If you like Mass Effect, I really recommend. You know, it's always a joy to watch someone play Mass Effect, isn't it? Like retro games, Spider is who you should go to. She's really lovely. Yes, Suze is a living body pillow. I don't think she's here. I think she's gone off into the room.
This is a nice shop you have. I never even knew it existed.
Well, better late than never, I always say. Life has a funny way of always taking us where we need to go.
He seems nice, doesn't he?
True. Although I think it's easy to miss out on things from time to time.
Oh, of course. It's easy to overlook the details, but in the grand
I love
scheme
all
of
the
things,
stuff that you
you'll
pick
end
up for
where
your
you need to be. And in this case,
like all the
you
extras,
ended
like
up
the
here.
space
So,
hamster
please,
and the
feel free to
fish.
take a look around. Let me know if you find anything you like.
Oh, Chrono Trigger's a great one too. Oh, delicious. A delicious selection of games. Chrono Trigger's really good. Hey, Paylor's and it's going. No, we haven't failed. We haven't failed a single time. You know, I'm pretty good at video games.
I found this piece of torn fabric with your emblem on it. Can you tell me anything about it?
Yes. Brown, wool, houndstooth. This is from one of the more popular jackets I sell.
And here I thought my ability to name ales within 5 seconds of tasting them was good. This fella has me beat.
Do you have any
Hey,
of
Lord,
them in stock currently?
like, oh,
Sure,
good
I've
for
got
you.
one on the display dummy over there.
Is there any way you can tell me who you've sold them to?
Oh, I don't think so. I've sold at least 20 in the past month. As I said, it's a very popular
Very popular
style.
style. I want to
Do you
ask
by
about
chance
Linda.
employ a seamstress named Linda Walker?
I do, yes.
Is she here?
No, she has the day off today, but she'll be in tomorrow.
Would it be possible to have her address?
Begging your pardon, but why should I give it to you?
Oh. I don't feel like we should lie to him. Do you think he looks like the kind of man that would care whether a kid's been kidnapped or not?
I'm a private investigator.
I'm gonna be
It's crucial to
truthful.
this case.
Well, as I said, she'll be here tomorrow.
Fuck!
It really is a matter of some urgency.
I'm sure it can wait a day.
But
if it were really that urgent, I would think the police would be involved, not a private investigator. I'm not obligated to tell you anything, so please, let's move on before I lose my patience.
I think we're gonna... Oh, maybe he'll let me re-ask.
Please, Mr.
So you said, but...
Oh, he gives me another chance. Oh, well.
She's my sister, and we've lost touch.
I thought you said you were a private investigator.
Well, yes, but...
I don't appreciate because... But if you try and pull one over on me again, I'll be forced to remove you from my store. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You really need to work.
Please, Mr.
So...
I know I said I was a private investigator before, but there's a more delicate reason I want to speak with Mrs. Walker.
The obvious
Her
lie.
son, Alexander, and mine were schoolmates. I just found a book he lent my son, and I wanted to return it. I've been trying to track her down for ages, and only just found out where she worked.
Oh, I see. It was a terrible tragedy what happened with her boy and her husband. I know how private Mrs. Walker is.
Yeah, because her
but I
kid's
sure
dead!
appreciate you returning her son's book. All right,
Sorry, not...
She lives at 403 St. Agnes Street.
Because her kid's dead.
And their shoelaces were untied? You've come a long way, Miles.
Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so excited about that. Am I eating discs and Game Crunch snacks again? But they're just so crunchy. They're so crunchy and delicious. The discs taste like vanilla.
Is there anything you can tell me about this button?
Looks like it's made of wood. Not very well crafted either. Definitely not from one of my products.
How did you get into this business, Mr. Solomon?
I was always good with a needle and thread. When I was a boy in Poland, I would help my mother with her sewing. Then, during the war with Russia, I fixed uniforms and stitched up wounds. Not long after that, I moved to Vespuccia, settled here. In
Nah,
New
soft
Britannia.
gremlin.
My first shop was in the Chum, but
Hey, look at
thankfully, I
Jack.
was very successful
Morning.
and was able to move to Lyon. I won't lie to you, this location is much, much nicer. It's refreshing to not have to step over drunken hobos when I open and close the shop.
Oh, but that's part of the charm of owning a business in the Chum.
Not much else to say beyond that. My business is my life.
You seem very dedicated to your craft.
That's right. You won't see any of that newfangled steam.
I kind of like him, but then I also don't like him because he didn't think that a child being kidnapped was necessary enough to get an address. Like, you know, he was like,
There's no reason to change as far
do
as
it
I'm
tomorrow.
I'll be taking my leave of you now, Mr. Solomon.
Very good.
Oh, well, our lips are too purple. It's probably from all the drugs we're on. Okay. Linda Walker. Right, where's Linda? Okay. Are you ready? Yeah, I guess I did just say a case. Maybe if I'd said
Some
kidnapping.
people call that humming and hissing the sound of progress. I'd call it annoying. This machine
Shall
is
we open
quiet.
her mail?
You could learn a thing or two from it, Bill.
It says here that Linda Walker is in the upstairs apartment, and someone named Douglas Emafiel is under the stairs.
Maybe we go to Douglas's house first?
What? Who are you? Are you from the Steamworks?
Afraid not, sir.
Damn. Oh,
Hello,
well,
Douglas.
what can I do for you?
Why did you think I was from the Steamworks?
Because I contacted them a few days ago when my boiler broke, and nobody has come to repair it yet. I should have known better. Those fools always take their time, if they even bother showing
Now
up
we
at
can
all.
lie to Linda and
Meanwhile,
say that
I'm
we're from the
stuck in here
boiler.
with nothing but cold water. If I catch pneumonia and die, you'll know who to blame.
Do you know Linda Walker?
Of course. She lives upstairs. Who's asking?
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find Linda so I can speak with her.
What's your business with her?
I'm afraid that's private.
Well, she's out right now. You'll have to come back another time if you want to visit her.
Have you got any idea when Mrs. Walker will be back?
My
Not for a
heart's
few
pumping.
days. She told me she was going away for a bit.
Where to?
that
She's stolen
reminds
a
me.
child!
She asked me to water her plants while she was gone. Just need to remember where I put the spare key.
Did you say something about having a spare key in Mrs. Walker's apartment?
Sure, I'm her landlord. I look after
Can I
the place
have
when
the
she's
spare
gone.
key?
Got a bit of a green thumb, that one, so she puts me in charge of watering
She's
her
also got
plants.
sticky
The trip up is
fingers.
a bit of a pain, though. My hips aren't what they used
Covered
to
with
be.
ectoplasm.
I'm a private detective, and it's of the utmost importance.
It's pretty
that I
long.
get that key from you.
Ooh!
Right.
Good.
Private detective. I don't have to do anything you say. You're
I'm actually
not
looking
really
forward
the
to that
law.
because I feel like
So nice
some
try. But
mystery
I'm not betraying
games
Mrs. Walker's trust so easily.
finish too
Says that
quickly.
now.
You know, the
Someone
cases
with
aren't
that
long enough
keep
that you don't
doing
really
if
get
it's
stuck into
benefited
it.
him in some way.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I'll just be on my way.
Oh, look. SB4CS.
Miles, what are you doing?
I
You
bet
don't
the
know
spare
first
key's
thing
in
about
here.
steam engine repair.
It can't be that hard to work out.
If you're serious about getting it fixed, I'd suggest looking for someone who knows about this sort of thing first. But if you just want to charge in blindly, be my guest.
What do you guys think? Do you think I should ask somebody? Or do you think I should save and then maybe do it? Yeah, save.
These pipes are connected to the flue. They must heat up the water in the... Fine fuel source.
That looks right. Yeah. That's hot water.
It won't go any further in that direction.
Is it working?
The water's boiling now.
It won't go any further. It...
Oh, lads, I'm worried. Okay. Phew. Why am I doing bloody boiler repairs? Yeah, where should the pressure be? Now the water should start boiling. It's in the green. There we go. We've got 2 open. 3! Good?
I don't think you should leave this thing unattended before you've made any repairs.
I think I've been doing... Oh! I did it!
Nobody home?
Did I do it? I think I did it. Maybe I didn't do it.
Fine fuel.
I didn't do it. Well, having a boiler out in the open means that people can tamper with it. Which is what you want, right? Does that look right?
What the? My boiler! What have you done?
I do apologize.
You're one of those saboteurs, aren't you? One of those...
It was like this, close to the green.
No,
I'm calling the police, you no good.
Could you imagine if I was a Redite and all I do is I go round to destroy people's boilers? Okay, let's try this again.
Fine fuel.
Where's that?
It won't go any further.
Is that in the... I don't think it is. There we go. Now it's in the green. But it won't go... Oh. Frass! I'll see you later. No, have a good time. Don't get sunburnt. Sun cream.
This sort of thing before.
Oh, ye of little faith.
We did it. Sun cream on. Thank you very much for the raid, Frass. Have a good rest of your day.
The fix the boiler for you.
Don't get stung by any wasps or
Are
bitten
you
by
serious?
anything either, and
It's
don't
pretty
touch any
pathetic when
shit.
some yahoo off the street does a better job than the people paid
Now,
to
can I
do
have the
this
key
sort of
for
thing.
upstairs, please?
I owe you, friend.
Might I take you up on that offer and get that spare key to the apartment?
Great!
Oh, right. You said
Happy
you were a
Tootin'
private detective,
Tuesday.
didn't you? Did
Yeah.
Mrs. Walker do something wrong? Is she in
Yes,
trouble?
she stole a
Not entirely
baby.
sure yet, which is why I need to take a look inside her apartment.
I see. Well, I wouldn't normally do this, but you did me a great service by
Wow.
fixing the boiler.
All you have to do
I
is
can't
fix
just
someone's
give you
boiler
the
and then
spare
they
key, but I can let you into the apartment.
That'll be
let you
just
into
fine.
somebody
Thank
else's house. Wow.
What in the ether?
Crikey.
Cripes, did a tornado come through this place or what?
Nah, she packed everything
Looks
up
as though
super
she definitely
quickly.
left in a hurry.
Shane!
Planned on never coming
For
back.
the raid!
I'll be
Welcome
waiting for you in the
in!
kitchen, Mr.
You
Fordham.
very, very
Just let me know when
much.
you're done looking around.
Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Ghost of the Past. Ooh, what kind of game is it? Is it a murder mystery? It sounds like a murder mystery. Welcome in, Shane, Affinity, Ryan. Welcome in, John. Welcome in. Come in. I hope you had a lovely, lovely stream. How was it? I'm Captain Badgertail, lads. We are playing Lamplight City. So a baby has just been stolen. And we think that the lady who lives in this apartment is the one that stole the baby. We think that she thinks that this baby is a reincarnation of her dead kid. So we are investigating to see. Oh, it's an indie FMV adventure game. Oh, is it old, Shane? I do like an FMV. I do.
Torn apart. She took most everything. Though it
That
doesn't
sounds
appear
like
she
my
had much to
perfect
take.
game. I loved Gabriel Knight
Torn
2.
apart.
Not as much as Gabriel
Took
Knight
most
3,
everything.
but
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to have my fill of
oh,
plants
it's
and
from 20.
flowers.
It's new as well. I'm surprised I haven't
Handwritten
heard
note.
it. I've heard of it.
Valerian mixed with chamomile. Sedative effects, deep sleep.
Seems Mrs. Walker's
So-
an amateur herbalist.
She
Maybe
put the
not so
nanny to
much.
sleep
I'd love to see
when
the
she
look on
stole the
Mrs. Davis's
baby.
face if she knew it wasn't a spirit that possessed her. In fact, let's go tell her so I can see it.
You've gotten fairly misanthropic in your death, Bill.
Have I? I hadn't noticed.
The sausage lady, Shane. Best character. I think maybe even the best character in all of Gabriel
These were the
Knight.
Great evidence in Linda's trial.
Can we take them then? No.
A fairly recent model. Linda must have spent a good portion of her wages on it. Nice
Sewing
patterns.
patterns.
I wonder if Linda makes all her own clothes. Nice.
When she waggles her sausage at you.
It's a boy.
Cool.
Can't be more than 7 or 8 years old.
Even better than
That's
when he
Linda's
flirted with his
son.
grandma.
Why would she leave this behind?
Good question.
Well, at least that painting cheers the place up a little bit. That bit of torn wallpaper looks almost deliberate. What do you know? She hid a book behind the wallpaper. Looks like a journal.
I don't believe it. Can it be true? At tonight's meeting, I struck up a conversation with Henrietta. Charles Harris was born on the day Alexander died, and he has blue eyes. I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but this is too perfect to be a fluke. To be sure, I need to find something of Alexander's appropriate for an infant, maybe his old bear. April 20th. Charles loved Barney. Henrietta told me she's never seen him react with such joy to any of his other playthings. There is no doubt in my mind Charles Harris is the reincarnation of my beloved Alexander. At last we can be together again. At last I can seek his forgiveness. I just need to find a way to take him from his false parents without getting dear Henrietta in trouble. August 24th. I had the nightmare again last night. Alexander's cries of, "Why did you do it, mother?" were nearly too much to bear. When I have him again, I can finally explain that I couldn't do anything to stop him. Thomas was a monster, and I was at my wit's end. Dear Samuel had helped me so much, and there was no turning back once he had consumed the tainted pie. How was I to know Alexander's friends would take ill, and he would arrive home early? Watching my boy share the poisoned meal with his father was the worst moment of my life. I must get him back. Okay. So she killed her husband with a poisoned pie because he was abusive. But Alexander came home and ate the pie with his dad, and she ended up killing her husband and her kid. And now she has kidnapped another kid, thinking that that kid is the reincarnation of the kid that she killed. October 6th. Finally, after a month of thinking, I have a plan. Samuel's instruction on the nature of plants has been the key. I will visit Henrietta tonight at the Harris residence and prepare everything. It must look as though a burglar entered the nursery and tore his coat. In 2 nights, I'll have my baby again.
Well, this is pretty damn incriminating.
I'll say. Now we just need to figure out where she's gone, as well as how she managed to drug Mrs. Davis.
So we know how she drugged
Oh,
Mrs.
we've
Davis.
got you now, Linda. Thought you could be clever and get away with the baby, did you?
Bill?
Well, you thought wrong. With Fordham and Leger on
Bill.
the case, the only thing you're getting is a one-way trip to jail.
Bill?
And the worst part is how sloppy she was. I mean, really? She couldn't think to pick up a button? She might as well have left a signed confession in the crib for all the good it did her.
Bill, would you just shut up, for God's sake?
Huh? Is everything all right?
Oh, I'm...
Yes, everything's just fine. I just stubbed my toe on the bed frame.
You ought to be more careful,
I'm just
Mr.
talking to my
Fordham.
ghost friend that lives in my brain.
Sorry, Miles. You know how I get when we're close to solving a case.
You always do this. I need to concentrate, and I can't hear myself think with you yapping away.
Right, sorry. I'll keep it to myself.
Thank you.
But you have to admit, she really would have saved us the trouble if...
Bill.
Right. Not another peep. As you were.
Oh, I was hoping we could take it
The
with
books
us.
she left behind are all trashy romance novels. Why wouldn't she take those? They're clearly the best ones. I thought my apartment was messy.
It's because she left in a hurry.
Torn apart. Well,
We don't have any
boy,
clues.
can't be more than 7 or 8 years old. If that's Linda's son, why would she leave this behind?
Because she's
Because
got
she
her
thinks
son
she's
back.
Got the real thing
Yeah.
again.
It's a boy.
Because she's...
A fairly... I don't know about...
We're
You're actually
looking for
gonna
where
dig through
she
that
might
mess?
have gone.
Sure hope it's worth it.
Saltpeter solution. Solomon stitching.
A receipt with yesterday's date. One-way train ticket to Pierre in Lorraine. Departed this afternoon.
Thought she could get away easy, it seems. Well, I hate to disappoint her.
I do feel bad for Linda. Like, you know, Linda has had a very hard life. But it doesn't make it okay to steal someone else's baby. So we are going to put Linda in jail. I hope you guys agree that we should put Linda in jail. Yeah, when you stub your toe so bad you start talking to ghosts. God, I just hate it. It keeps happening to me. Yeah, like, it's not okay to steal a baby. And it's not, like, I know, I feel like if we're gonna poison our husband, we should do it not in something that other people might eat. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to pick up.
These will make...
I think we're done. I gained the ability to speak to the dead.
Yes, thank you for your cooperation.
I remember one of you guys telling me the story of when you stubbed your toe, you shit yourself. Do I just go and hand it in, or do I try and catch her? I was hoping I could get to speak to Linda. No, it wasn't me. I haven't shut myself off. I didn't even need to stub my toe to shit myself.
Go on,
It just
I'm
happened.
listening.
Just seeped out.
I'm ready to wrap this case up.
Okay, who's your prime suspect?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
That's it,
Yeah, for some reason we can't get on the train. Maybe I need to go and talk to them and...
I have some... Mrs. Davis, where did you get the tea you drank on the night of the kidnapping?
From my own private supply, I drink a blend of hibiscus and elderberry. It clears the mind and puts me more in tune with the spirits.
Did it taste off to you?
No. Why do you ask?
Because I think your tea may have been drugged.
Wait, are you saying?
I believe Mrs. Walker used her own herbs to drug your tea.
We'll just go around and
knowing
speak
you'd
to
drink a
everyone
cup
and
the
see.
following evening. She then snuck into the house after you'd fallen asleep and took the child.
Oh my word, I never would have thought.
I know, Mrs. Davis. But don't worry, I'm doing everything I can to find her.
Oh, may the spirits...
Thank you for your time.
Oh, your...
There we go. Suspects. Linda Walker. On her way to Pierre Lorraine.
I'll be going now.
Now
Mrs.
she's
Davis.
officially a
May the
suspect.
spirits guide your path.
Let's go and talk to everyone first before we...
I'll let you... Sit tight, Mrs. Harris.
No questions for them. I can't... Maybe we'll talk to the Spectre Society lady?
Well, I don't think there's any...
Okay, nothing.
I'll be going.
May the
She's leaving to Siberia. She wants to see the mammoths.
I don't think he's...
I just make sure we've done and talking to everyone. Oh.
It's always nice.
Let her read him.
I'll
Give my...
Okay, let's go hand her in. It's a bit annoying that we had to talk to the nanny in order to get her to be a proper suspect.
It was Linda Walker,
Who is she?
a seamstress who befriended the Harris family man. She took the child because she believes he's the reincarnation of her deceased son, whom she accidentally poisoned.
My God.
You'll find a journal explaining her motive at her apartment, as well as the plants she used to drug Mrs. Davis.
But what about the broken window in the nursery?
All part of a false crime scene she set up to draw our attention away from her.
Excellent work, Miles. Did you manage to find out where Mrs. Walker is now?
Yes, I found a receipt for a one-way train ticket to Pierre.
It's also a shame. I really wanted to
Fantastic.
meet her
We can
face
send
to
a telegram
face.
to the train station and have her arrested upon arrival. You've done extremely well, Fordham. Snelling could only hope to have a detective as good as you again.
Darth.
Then
Well,
I'd
so
better
good.
stop before
Good
your
that
head
it's
gets any
busy.
bigger. All right, Miles. I'll
You
go
want
through the proper
business to be
channels and
good.
report your information as an anonymous tip. And of course, I'll dip into the department's Good Samaritan fund to get you proper compensation for your work. For now, go home to your wife. I'm sure I'll have something else for you to look into fairly soon.
Welcome
Oh, there we go.
An awfully cute baby you got there.
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my son, Alexander.
Alexander. That's a good name. Strong name.
Yes, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in a bit of a hurry and I need to get to my hotel.
Of course. I won't keep you any longer, Mrs. Walker.
Thank you. Wait. How did you know my name?
I didn't. It was a lucky guess. But now, seeing as I know
Oh,
your
I
name,
hope she doesn't
allow me to tell you mine.
get away.
I'm Sheriff Zeke Dollarhide. Linda Walker, you are under arrest for the kidnapping of Charles Harris. Surrender the child.
Why would you just send one person as well?
No, you've got it all wrong. This is my son. This is my Alexander.
Ma'am, please don't make this difficult. Come along to the station, and we'll get this all sorted out.
Addie, are you home?
Still at her appointment, it would seem. You know, Miles, I have to say, I'm proud of you.
Why's that?
Hey,
It's
Bill.
because you actually listen.
So does this mean you'll keep quiet until morning?
I said I was proud of you. I didn't say you were getting a
Oh
reprieve.
my god, I hate
And
Bill.
I need to figure out how I'm going to sleep through the night without the soporific.
You worry about that too much, Miles. You can sleep when you're dead.
You don't ever seem to.
That's because I slept quite enough.
Feels
when I
like
was
thanks for
alive.
listening to me about
In
the
any case, I need to
soporific.
clear my head. The best way to
I'm
do
not
that
gonna
after
shut
a
up,
case
though.
is always going for a drink at the Angel.
The Angel? But you haven't been there since...
Since you died. But perhaps
Oh,
getting
Bill
back
likes
the
to
old
watch
routines will help.
digits.
Perhaps. It would be nice to see old Patrick again at the very least. Then it's settled. A drink or two at the Angel.
Oh,
for old
Darth,
time's
yeah.
sake.
Now I'm in trouble with getting the work done, so you've got to do all of the other work quickly.
I have to say, it's been a real pleasure having you back, Miles. I was worried about you.
I appreciate your concern, Patrick. The past few months have been a bit rough, but it's good to be back in familiar territory.
Miles...
It is
can I
associated with
ask
them,
you
isn't it,
something?
Common?
What is it?
Well, it may be none of my business, and you can feel free to tell me to stuff it.
Enough with the preamble, Patrick. Just ask.
I know you quit the force, but why are you still working as a private investigator?
So
Why
that I can
not
find
leave all that
Bill's
detecting stuff
killer.
behind?
It's all I know. My grandfather was a cop, my father was a cop, so I became a cop. That's just how it went.
Oh, I hear ya. I come from 3 generations of butchers myself, but I broke the streak because I can't handle the sight of blood.
If only that had been true in my case.
Now then, will you be wanting another drink?
I'm not sure. I've already had 2. I should probably be getting... Wait a minute. Patrick, do you hear something?
No, Miles. I don't hear anything.
Neither do I.
Bill's
Another
gone!
gin, if you please.
Coming right up.
Bill's gone. So we're going to start drinking heavily because it makes him quiet, I presume. No! That's the burglar.
I must have taken a wrong turn back there. Hopefully Addie won't hear me come in.
I don't wanna! Spooky.
Excuse me, sir. Could you spare a shilling?
Here you are, my good man.
You always were willing to help the less fortunate, weren't you? But perhaps you should start thinking about helping yourself.
I beg your pardon?
Just look at yourself.
It felt
I may
right
be
to
a
give him the
beggar,
shilling. I
but
don't
even
know.
I feel sorry for you.
You. I know you.
I
Yes,
saved a
that's
little bit
right.
ago.
I'm your biggest
Not too long
failure.
ago.
What are you talking about?
Come now, Miles, you're not completely stupid. You think finding and catching me is going to make things better?
Oh, do you think this is probably just I'm hallucinating?
I don't know. It might not, but at least I'll have closure.
Again with the lying to yourself.
Yeah, a
Let's say you do
dream
find
or
me, and this
hallucination.
grand chase finally ends. What do you do the next morning? You still have a dead partner, no real job. Your wife knows you've been keeping things from her. Even if you solve 100 cases, it won't relieve that empty feeling inside.
What's your point?
I'm all you've got, Miles. Once I'm gone, there'll be nothing left. So just admit it. You don't want to find me. Not really.
Why do I
Bad
keep
dreams?
sleeping in the bloody chair? Yeah, I
Say
think it was a
that.
cat. In game.
My head. How many drinks did I have last night?
You're asking the wrong person. I was out after the first one.
It seems Miss Maxwell was right about the effects of spirits.
We could
Go
always
figure.
drink just
Yeah,
one
well,
drink a night
let's
if
not
we
make a
wanted
habit
him
out
to
of it,
be
all
quiet.
right? Wouldn't you say it's time for a change?
So?
Right.
What are you talking about, Bill?
Never mind.
Yeah,
So,
there she is.
you're up at last.
That's my wife.
Is something the matter, Addie?
Oh, I see. You don't remember last night, do you? I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Please tell me I didn't do anything stupid last night.
No, I wouldn't use the word stupid.
Oh, thank God.
Disgusting and shameful would be more appropriate, I think.
Oh, what did I do exactly?
It was nearly 2 when you burst in here, soused to the eyeballs from God knows where. I imagine you've probably forgotten that too. You were muttering something about peace and quiet and then proceeded to relieve yourself on my begonias before stumbling into bed.
That's not too bad. All right.
Charming. I salute
It's all right.
you,
We're not too bad.
Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas.
Good God, how embarrassing.
We
I'm
haven't
so sorry,
showered in
Addie.
like 4
I don't know what
days
came over
or
me.
changed our
I don't
clothes.
either. I've never seen you in such a state, and I pray that I never will again.
I don't drink.
You won't see me like that again, ever. Trust me.
What possessed you to go out and get so drunk anyway?
I decided to stop taking the soporific. It was interfering with my ability to focus on cases. I thought perhaps having a drink or two would help me sleep, and I got a bit carried away.
I see. Well, I'm at least glad you've stopped taking that terrible medicine. But trading it for alcohol? This had better really be a one-time occurrence. Anyway, you got another message from Upton. It's there on the table, if you're feeling fit for the world now.
Shall I read the newspaper first? Okay. This is Friday, October 11th, 1844. Harris baby found, suspect in custody. Charles Harris, infant son of Malcolm and Miriam Harris, was kidnapped days ago from his crib at the Harris family manor. Police investigators determined that Linda Walker, a friend of the baby's nanny, was the kidnapper. Walker was arrested in Pierre-Lorraine after fleeing New Bretagne with the child. Charles is second in line to inherit the Harris Construction Company, a large contractor in New Bretagne, currently building the HMS Lenore. The airship intended to replace the falling Ligeia. Chief Police Reginald Snelling issued the following statement. My detectives should be commended for the outstanding work they did in finding baby Charles and bringing him home safely. Let this all be a lesson to all criminals that the New Bretagne police always get their suspect. I found the suspect, not them, but, you know, whatever. Gascon Grand Dame found burned to death? Oh no, this is a different lady. Okay, fine. My flask filled with tequila. It's just, so what if it's a bit of a tipply coffee? No, it's not, I swear. Desiree Lathan, aged 63, was found burned to death in her home yesterday morning. Police were called to the scene by a neighbour who smelled smoke, only to find the grisly scene. Miss Lathan in her bed, body burnt to ashes. The circumstances of Miss Lathan's death are unknown, but the police have not ruled out the possibility of foul play. Lathan was born in New Bretagne, the daughter of a wealthy plantation owner. She grew to become one of the most loved and respected of the Gascon Grand Dames. Although she had many suitors over the years, Lathan never married. An avid reader, writer, and poet, Miss Lathan had several articles published in local newspapers and magazines. Residents of Gascon said they would miss seeing her in her brightly coloured hats and dresses as she walked by. Maybe it's that combustion thing that we read about. Third mysterious murder has police on edge. Yet another murder in Cholmondeley has the New Bretagne police scrambling to quell rumours. Chief of Police Reginald Snelling vehemently denied that there was a mass murderer stalking the shadowy corners of Lamplight City. We have no indication whatsoever that these recent Cholmondeley murders are in any way linked. In any case, detectives are working their hardest to make sure the killer or killers are found and brought to justice, he said. The Gazette has learned that with the latest victim is Ennis Bowditch, a construction worker. Police were called to his home where they found him with a single gunshot wound to the head. Despite Chief Snelling's claims to the contrary, the previous 2 victims have also been men in Cholmondeley who have been killed in exactly the same manner. The Gazette will continue coverage of this story as more details emerge. Prime Minister's campaign heats up as election looms. With election night less than a month away, Prime Minister Herbert Atwood has lashed out against his opponent with full force. My opponent, Mr. Leroy, if elected, will push this country back at least 20 years. Atwood went on to describe how Leroy's refusal to acknowledge the existence of aethericity, as well as his lukewarm stance on steam technology, would be detrimental to Vespucci's progress. Leroy, meanwhile, continued to chastise Atwood for his prioritizing machines over humans, saying that if he is re-elected, unemployment rates will skyrocket when most workers are replaced by automated machines. The latest public opinion polls show Atwood with a comfortable lead. However, many have criticised the polls for not indicating the majority of the workforce, Leroy's strongest supporters. Continued on page 12. Fordham, a new case has come in, but the police are already investigating. Details have made their way into the newspaper. I won't be able to meet you at Rouen. Here are the details. The deceased is Desiree Lathan. Her apartment is at 840 Wright Way. Good luck.
Huh.
What does Upton say this time?
That she can't meet me, and that I should go straight to the scene of the crime.
I wonder if that means the police have started to suspect that she's giving you these cases.
She also says news of this case has been made public, and the police are already investigating. That explains the article in the newspaper.
Which one?
The one about Desiree Lathan, the woman who was found burnt to death.
Ugh, that sounds absolutely dreadful. Where's the crime scene?
840 Wright Way. It's not too far from here, thankfully.
You're sure you're feeling up to this today?
What if my wife
The mental exercise will get me back to normal in no
is the flower Easter lily robber?
Investigation.
Yeah, I
Time we
reckon
get
it
a move on,
is
before
like a
police
link to
ruin
the
crime scene any
self-combustion
more than
thing.
They already have.
Good luck, Miles. And stay away from the bars, would you?
Addie?
Oh, we'll save, yeah. We'll talk to our wife first.
Addie, please know that I'm deeply sorry for my behavior last night. I'll do everything
He
I
had
can
really
to make it up
shifty
to you.
eyes when he said that. It didn't
Would you
seem
like me to get some
truthful.
new begonias?
Oh, I'm so
I don't
sorry.
need pretty flowers or pretty words, Miles. I just want things to go back to how they were. That's really all the apology I require.
You're looking especially lovely today, Addie.
Miles, don't flirt with me. Not
Oh
now.
no,
I
her
wouldn't
voice
push
isn't
my luck with her, Miles.
similar at
She hasn't
all.
completely forgiven you.
I suppose so.
What have you been up to lately?
Nothing particularly exciting. My usual clients have been scheduling appointments, and I've been trying to get some new ones as well. In my free time, I've been catching up on my reading.
Anything good?
Yes, the conclusion to the dissembling mechanism was just published in Brentwell magazine last week.
What's that?
James Penstroke's latest serial. I wanted to read it to you, but you haven't been around much lately.
Perhaps I'll take a look now that I can actually concentrate again.
Yes, you could read it to me. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. It would certainly be a nicer way to spend your time than going out drinking.
I won't compliment her
Was
again,
Desiree
just in
Lathan
case.
a client of yours by any chance?
No, but plenty of the other grand dames used to gossip about her.
What sort of things would they say?
Usually they'd comment about how much she'd had to drink the night before. I got the impression she was quite the tippler. I hope you're not
Combustion
planning on
happens to
following her
alcoholics as
example.
well.
That would require me to burn to death in our bed.
Then I stand by my previous statement.
I'll let you...
Alright.
I'll see you later, Addie.
Don't work yourself too hard, dear.
Hello!
Looks as though we've arrived fashionably late.
Excuse me, sir, but this is an active crime scene. We can't allow members of the public.
Oh, this isn't just any member of the public, Kane. This is Miles Fordham. He used to be one of us until he killed his partner.
I didn't. Bill killed Bill.
Officer
It's
Parsons
Bill's
is on the
fault.
scene. It's a shock the apartment isn't in a shambles.
Good day to you too, officers.
Fordham? What are you doing here?
Oh, we've got matching coats. It's kind of cute.
Ah, Captain Snelling. What a pleasure.
That's Chief Snelling now, Fordham. I don't expect you follow the workings of the department much these days, but I'd appreciate the proper address.
So nice to see the power hasn't gone to his head.
My apologies, Chief Snelling.
You
We
haven't
all
answered my
match.
question.
Like
What
those
in
two match,
blazes
and
are
then
you
we
doing
match. I thought I'd have a
Story was
look.
front page news. I couldn't resist coming to have a look for myself.
There's no respect for police business anymore, damn meddlers. This is an active crime scene, Fordham. Leave the premises immediately.
Do you think I answered that wrong?
We could solve this case in no time if we work together, you know.
We don't need any help. Not even from former detectives. Parsons, I'm going back to the station. I want you to report the minute you're done here. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, don't get any funny ideas, Fordham. If you so much as breathe on anything in here, I'll have you arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Do I make myself clear?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad that's settled.
Can I breathe yet?
I suppose it's reassuring that even in this crazy, ever-changing world, you can always count on Snelling to be a complete ass.
I mean,
You heard the chief.
I
No
get
sleeping
why
tonight.
he doesn't want
The
us
sooner we get
here.
out of here, the better for all of us.
I gotta have a look though.
An invitation to the Gascon Grand Dame's Ball. It seems it was held 2 nights ago at the Gascon Supper Club.
I read
Maybe
that
worth
stripper
looking
club.
into,
I was
seeing
like,
as it's our only lead
what
right
has she
now.
been up to?
Definitely too young to be Miss Lathan. Perhaps a relative?
Or a painting that was done when she was younger?
Judging by these books, Miss Lathan was quite the fan of poetry. No title. I doubt it's a diary. People rarely leave those things laying out in the open.
No, that's why Sherlock never wanted people to tamper with the
Beg your
crime
pardon,
scenes.
officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Because they just kind of bulldoze in.
How long have you been on the force, officer?
2 months, sir.
And how's it treating you so far?
This is where I was meant to be.
That's good to hear.
Parsons mentioned you used to be a detective?
I was, yes. For 15 years. It wasn't always easy, but I loved every minute of it.
Parsons goes on about how he's got his eye on becoming a detective, but I don't know if I'd be able to handle it.
Is that right?
Yes, he's up for review. I think he's trying to impress Snelling to improve his chances.
Parsons wants to be a detective? Now I've heard it all. As if he needed more of a reason to be Snelling's lapdog.
Hey, Toa. No, I have to hunt for them. No, I wouldn't read anyone else's diary. I'd read their cards and their mail and their Christmas. Like, you know, I'd read that kind of stuff. But no.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
I don't like to talk about my colleagues, sir. Especially when they're standing right over there.
I understand. Perhaps this isn't the right time to be asking. What was Chief Snelling doing here?
Nothing more than a routine inspection of the crime scene.
Routine inspection? But the Chief of Police only goes to extremely high-profile crime scenes.
Yeah, and I'd love to be
possibly
able to
comment
listen
on
to
that,
people's
sir.
thoughts.
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I'm afraid not. You don't have clearance in this investigation.
And there's nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
My superiors would be very upset if
I
they knew
wouldn't
was
read the
breaking
orphans'
rules, I'm sorry.
diaries.
I think the operative phrase in this instance is if they knew. We need to find a way to get Parsons out of here. Maybe we should visit Upton at the station.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
Not in the kitchen with the candelabra, Toa?
Excuse me, Officer Parsons.
Clear off, Fordham. The chief doesn't want you here, and neither do I. You aren't on the force anymore, so you've got to respect the rules, just like every other citizen.
He'd be respecting my fist if I were alive.
I would
believe
want to
me.
read people's
I'm not
thoughts if
trying
I
to
could
cause any
choose
trouble.
when to
Just
turn
wanna
them
ask
on
a
and
few
turn them
questions.
off.
Well, if it will get you to leave faster.
I hear you're looking to become a detective, is that right?
Yes, that's right. Shouldn't be a difficult bar to clear, given the caliber of some former detectives.
The process isn't easy, you know. You have to prove you're the best of the best.
Don't think I'm not aware of that, Fordham.
I'm just saying, standing around here isn't going to do you any favors.
I know that. First chance I get to shake this grunt detail for a shot at some real investigation, I'm all over it.
I'm all
Parsons'
over it.
eagerness might be something we can use to our advantage.
Why was Chief Snelling here anyway?
He's the chief of police, and this is an official investigation. It doesn't take a grand leap of logic.
Yes, but the Chief of Police never bothers with a crime scene unless it's of great importance.
Your point?
Does that mean this crime scene is, in fact, of great importance?
You're the investigator, Fordham. I'll leave you to work that one out.
How long has Officer Kane been on the force?
I'm not one to gossip, Fordham.
That's only the second most hypocritical thing I've heard today.
Ask him yourself if you're so interested.
You're looking well these days, Parsons. What's your secret?
Secret? I don't know. Maybe something about getting a good night's sleep without blood on my hands does wonders.
What can you tell me about Desiree Lathan?
Nothing.
Because you don't know?
No, because I'm not going to betray Chief Snelling's orders and divulge that information to the public.
Come on, Parsons, you know me.
I mean, he's
What
not
harm
very
would it
nice,
do to
but
tell
I
me just a little
understand
bit?
why he's
Do I
not
have to state
telling
the
us.
obvious? If
I'd
it were up
love
to
to
me,
hear
you'd be in
Susie's
jail for
thoughts. It would be
murdering
really
an
food,
I wouldn't make such
sleep,
claims
sleep.
without knowing the facts,
Snack,
Parsons.
snack, snack.
It could get you in serious trouble.
Cuddle me,
It'd
cuddle
be
me,
a
cuddle
real
me, cuddle me.
tragedy to see your career cut short and you back in the workhouse polishing airship rivets.
Rub my ears.
You don't scare me, Fordham.
Rest assured, the feeling is mutual.
Rub my ears or I'll scratch my eye. Rub my ears or I'll scratch my eyes.
Have you made much progress on this investigation?
Did you not hear me the first? Drop it before I have to arrest you for interfering with a police investigation.
It's cold
That's all I
outside.
wanna
It's
know.
cold outside. I want to come in. I want to come in.
I didn't imagine we'd be coming back here in this lifetime.
Fordham, have you solved the case already?
Don't I wish? I haven't even gotten started.
Well, I'm here if you need anything. Just be sure not to let Snelling see you.
Is he back yet?
He arrived a few minutes ago. I expect he'll be sequestered in his office today, so you shouldn't have to worry too much.
Good to know.
Prime Minister Atwood, watching over the department with his signature scowl. I don't think I've ever seen anyone reading those books. I'm half convinced they're purely decorative. The old Jack and Stars. Sure was nice when that sign didn't apply to us.
Can we just go through? Surely not.
Miles, are you crazy? If you go wandering around the department for no good reason, Snelling will have you thrown in the jail.
Got a moment, Upton?
Yes, but let's make this quick.
Back to work, I see.
Yes, well, the coffee shop holiday had to end eventually. I'm gonna have to find someplace else to meet you. The higher-ups are getting suspicious.
To be honest, it was a bit wretched there. I won't miss it.
Well then, Mr. Big Bug, you can have the honor of choosing the next place. Under a bridge somewhere, perhaps.
Alright,
Have you been able to find any leads on Bill's death?
Have you?
Not yet, no.
I don't want to get your hopes up, but I may have something.
Oh?
The man you're looking for, he was burgling a flower shop, right?
Yeah, but he was paying
I
for
couldn't
them.
help but notice that in the last 2 cases you've had, plants have been used to drug people. It may just be a coincidence, but I also think it's something worth looking out for. If it becomes a pattern, there's a good chance it might be related.
Yeah,
two
reading
different
Dog's
people
minds
did the
aren't
drugging.
isn't difficult,
True,
but it would be
but
nice.
in both cases,
You
they
know, it'd be
learned from
nice
someone
to
else.
hear her say "I love you." You know.
It's a stretch, but it's better than nothing. I'll take it into consideration. I see the Gazette has caught wind of this supposed mass murderer.
Yes, Snelling has been positively fuming about it. Between that and the Lathan case being publicized on the same day, it's been a nightmare for the department.
Any idea how they got the information?
I don't think anyone in the department has spoken to the press. Maybe they.
It'll be
just have
interesting to
some
see
very
whether
good
the mass
reporters.
murderer is
So, is it
leaving
serious?
Easter lilies
Should we
as
be
like their
concerned?
calling card or
Three murders
something.
is nothing to sneeze at, but all the victims have been men in Chumley. If that changes, then things might start getting urgent.
Isn't that just the way of things? You can bet they'd have already caught the bastard if the first body had turned up in Leon.
And that's how it might relate back to Bill's case.
Any updates on the Harris baby?
He's back home and doing well thanks to you.
I'm glad to hear it.
You did an impressive job. I admit I was a bit concerned about how you'd fare after months of taking it easy. But I suppose detective work is like riding a bicycle.
It's a guaranteed way to end up with a broken arm.
Lady Molly of Scotland Yard, 1910. With 3 editions appearing in the first year, as well as being the first novels to feature a female detective as the main character. It's like Nancy Drew's grandma.
Have a moment to
I'm afraid you're on your own this. If they find out I'm helping you, it won't.
understand.
I'll still.
It's fine. I actually
I'm
want to
having
ask
some
you this.
trouble with Officer Parsons.
You and everyone else who's ever met him. What's the problem?
He's keeping me away from the Lathan crime scene.
Of
Why do you
course.
want to murder her?
He's
She's
one of the most loyal to
nice.
Snelling.
Any suggestions for how I might get him away so I can look around?
I might have an idea. There are several reported crimes that haven't been assigned yet, and Parsons is itching to prove his investigative chops. He'd probably abandon his post for a good enough lead and a chance to impress Snelling.
Upton? Oh, good. You impress me.
Department politics are something of a specialty of mine.
About getting
All right, these are the, as of yet, unassigned crimes. The body of a young man was found in the Hodgman River by the Gascon docks this morning.
Okay.
A woman in Chumley reported hearing a single gunshot in her neighbor's apartment last night. There was a deadly explosion at a factory in Worcester that may be linked to sabotage. And that's it for right now. Any of those strike your fancy?
Let's hear about the reported
Let's hear
gunshot.
about the gunshot.
Ethel Williamson reported hearing a sound she described as a single gunshot coming from her neighbor's apartment last night. She said she had been hearing arguments over the past several weeks, and there may have been domestic violence involved. When she knocked on the door, she got no answer.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome into the weenies. Thank you very, very much.
Parsons will be interested?
The distinct smell of flowers.
Sounds good. Let's go with that one.
All right, I'll send out the report as soon as we're
We'll
done
go
talking.
with that one.
That's it
I don't
for
know
now.
if it matters what we send him to. Schmoush. Good morning. Are you good in that? Is it still morning for anyone? 12. Well, yeah, I guess it's morning for someone. There we go. He's gone.
Looks like Parsons took the bait. Now maybe we can finally have a look around the crime scene. You have to hand it to her. Miss Lathan certainly had a unique taste in fashion. I bet you could see her coming a mile away.
I think she looks all right. It's 10:30. Still morning then.
No time.
Right, let's talk to our friend over here.
Begging your pardon, officer.
Yes, what is it, sir?
Oh, it's 5:30 for you. Well, good evening then. 5:30's evening? I think it's evening. I think anything after 5 is evening. For me.
Do you enjoy working with Officer Parsons?
If I'm being honest, he can be a bit much sometimes.
Yeah.
Trust me, you're not
All
the
the
only one
time.
who feels that way. I didn't have much interaction with him when I was a detective. But the few times I did weren't very pleasant.
I could tell he doesn't seem to care much for you. Although I don't think he cares much for anyone except the chief. And that's only because he's the one who gives
Hawaii
out the
looks
promotions.
lovely.
What was Chief Snelling doing here?
He was inspecting the crime scene.
Yes, but why was he involved? Is there something special about it that would require the chief of police to look into it?
Well, someone thought it might be related to the big case we're not supposed to talk about.
The triple
You mean
murder.
mass murderer?
Yes, sir.
Oh
I
no,
can
it's
see
probably
why the
because
chief
my
is
clock's
upset
running
that the news
fast.
has
Sect.
gotten out.
And is it related?
No, I don't believe so.
You know when I
But
say
the
that
news reports are beginning the public
my
on
clock,
edge.
it's because my clock's wrong.
The less information there is, the easier it is for rumors to start spreading.
Exactly. Chief Snelling has a lot of fires to put out.
If that's the case, it's too bad he didn't get to Miss Lathan in time.
Oh, so funny, Bill.
Is there anything you can tell me about Desiree Lathan?
I couldn't really say.
Come now, I'm trying to help this investigation. Any small detail would be useful.
Well, I haven't really looked over the crime scene too much. It's rather gruesome, you see.
Is the body still here?
Oh yeah, you've got to go with that
What's left
factor
of it, at
50,
any rate.
Schmoush.
Miss Lathan was only identified by the tattoo on her foot.
Oh.
Has there been much progress here?
Snelling and Parsons examined the scene, that's all I know.
Do you think I might have a look, now that the initial investigation's been conducted?
I'm afraid that's out of the question, sir. I have my orders.
What about if you just look the other way?
Officer Kane, I'm trying to aid this investigation. There may have been something overlooked by the others.
Oh, I feel bad. We're going to get this guy in
Parsons were to
trouble.
catch you, my career would be over.
Trust me, he won't be back for some time. I swear on my honor as a former member of the New Britannia Police.
All right. I suppose you can go in for a moment.
Hey, Omni!
But please be quick about it.
Thank you, Officer Kane. I promise this will stay between us.
I just love rookie officers. They're so gullible. I once got one to shine my shoes for a week after convincing him it was department policy. Good times.
Thanks for your time, officer.
Not a problem.
Oh,
That's certainly a pungent
crikey.
aroma. I can see why the officer stuck to the living room.
That
Surprisingly
is
modest quarters for a ground down.
pretty gross.
You'd never guess she could buy out the likes of you and me 1,000 times over.
Right.
It looks as though Miss Lathan was in the middle of writing something.
It's an article for Brentwell magazine.
We are all familiar with the idea of an inner fire.
A bit on the nose, wouldn't you say? Classic Brentwell. They have a reputation for making their writers go to extremes.
Oh, their
with
music.
articles, all for the sake of entertainment.
Perhaps we should pay their officers a visit, see exactly what it was Miss Latham was doing for them.
Inner fire, a term usually applied to our sense of passion or determination. But what if that inner fire was of a more physical nature? That is to say, if each of us had the capability to light a real fire within our bodies.
As much as I like this painting, this isn't the time for art appreciation. Doesn't look as though this fireplace has been used in a long time. I suppose we can rule it out as the source.
Maybe she, like, lit herself on fire?
Some crumpled up letters. They look to be of the romantic variety.
They're from the same person, one Peter Andrews.
It's always sad to see a case of unrequited love. I'm thinking we should find out who this Peter
Shitting
Andrews
bricks is more literal.
Good idea. Now, are you
Would that be
finally
shit
willing
in
to
the shape
admit
of
that looking
bricks,
through
or
rubbish does
bricks in the
yield
shape
results
of shit?
sometimes?
Fine, you win. But I don't think I envy your prize.
Dearest Desiree, I offer you my heart, though I am sadly unable to offer you my hand. All that circumstances were different. Why must life and love both be so cruel? I must continue to love and admire you from afar. I can only hope the feelings are mutual. My dearest Desiree, once again I must declare my love for you, though you have not yet responded to any of my other letters. I maintain hope that you care for me as I do for you. I remain ever faithful. Call upon me and I will rush to your side. We will embrace as Mr. and Mrs. Andrews at long last. Okay, it doesn't seem like she's into it. No.
That's a nice portrait of Miss Latham. Too bad it was damaged.
Yeah,
by
we've
the
been
fire.
hearing
The area
quite
where
a
the
lot
artist's
about
signature should be has been
spontaneous
singed and
combustion
is
today.
Too bad.
But the date is still legible. It's from this year.
Okay, so this is the most recent. External source of ignition. The spontaneous human combustion without external ignition source is extremely implausible. Editor of the Science magazine for Skeptical Inquirer casts doubt on the plausibility of spontaneous human combustion. If SHC is a real phenomenon and not the result of an elderly or infirm person being too close to a flame source, why does it happen? Why doesn't it happen more often? There are 8 billion people in this world, and yet we do not see reports of other people bursting into flame while walking down the street, attending football games, or sipping coffee at a local Starbucks. Yeah, like an electrical fires as well, like maybe like something catches on their clothes. Hey, Clay.
Looks like this one barely managed to survive. Pity. It looked like a nice work of art.
Let's look at a nightstand.
There's a letter in here.
Dear Miss Latham, this letter is to
This just
inform
keeps
you
getting
that
more
we
and
have
more
received your request to
The
make
law firm of
changes
Usher
to
and
your
Price isn't too far from
beneficiary.
here. I think it's definitely worth paying
To
them a little
in-
visit.
Indicated in your last will and testament. Please come to the law offices of Usher and Price at 72 Cadman Street. War? Worcester. Worcestershire? So that we may review the documents and make the necessary edits. Okay.
Nothing else. Odd. Another pile of ashes under the bed. Looks as though whatever she kept underneath got burned too. Or it could be that whatever was under the
Yeah, I
bed
was
is
gonna
what
say.
caught fire in the first place. Although there's no evidence of what started it. All that's left is a small piece of cloth. Might as well take it.
Yeah, just take it, you know?
The cloth appears to have some oily residue on it. Interesting.
Haven't seen any increase in UFO sightings. But so, yeah. Do we think that maybe any of the... No, so... I was reading or listening to something really interesting that said there's a chance that we can't... that the speed of light is the fastest you can ever go. And that means that space travel is kind of... While you could travel in your immediate vicinity, it's still going to take years to get to the nearest kind of inhabited planet. So it might not, like, that might be why no one else has reached us. I've also seen theories that maybe we are not the most, I think it's unlikely that we're the most technologically advanced planet out there, but the theory, like, you know, there's a possibility that we would be the first one to get to space travel, and that might be another reason why we haven't seen anyone, because we're the kind of closest to it. Because if you think of how long Earth has been around, it's been around for quite a while, and how many other stable star systems are there with a planet that is able to have life inhabit it, that has been around as long as Earth has. You know, it's Earth is a smaller. It has a small chance of happening. What, played Douglas Adams in games? Played the Douglas Adam games. I'd faint from joy. Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe we get around to it. Yeah. So it would take years. You know, 4 light years would be 4 years. I've also heard, like, theories that it's more likely that we'll be able to create our own artificial wormholes before we create anything like a transporter. So. A spider,
ashes
people.
To ashes and all that. I'm glad I was buried. Cremation always seemed a bit too hot to handle.
Now's not the time for jokes, Bill.
Are you serious? Death is the best time for jokes.
No, Bill, I
Otherwise,
don't
it's
think
all
that's
just a bunch
appropriate.
of boo-hoo-hoo this and wow that. And trust me,
I do want to
plenty
play
of
the
that in
Discord
life.
games.
Hell, you'd know better than anyone.
All right.
The point and click
shut up for
ones.
a bit while I look over the crime scene, would you? I need to concentrate.
I don't think Desiree will be able to give us a hand with this investigation.
Bill!
What? I thought it was funny.
Shut up, Bill!
Alas, poor Desiree, a woman of infinite riches, of tastes most fancy. Well, where's all your money now? Come to think of it, that question might be worth answering. This one's clean. Well, aside from the fact that the rest of the leg is burned off. There's a tattoo on her ankle. It says, "Dancing through life."
I don't
Hate
reckon
to
this
break
is
it to you,
her.
but that dance is over.
I don't think this is her.
Alas, poor. Come to
I reckon maybe they got somebody else to get the same tattoo as her. I think they burnt someone else because she wanted to run away with her lover or get away from someone.
Just a pile of.
Yeah, I don't know if they're on, like, GOG. Are they not available on the digital stores?
I don't think Desiree will.
Bill?
Yeah, or
I
maybe
thought it
it's
was
just
funny.
her fucking legs. That's kind of gross. But yeah, like, maybe someone's cut off her legs. That's gross. Okay, anything?
Nothing else of interest in there.
Yes. If something's
Flames must have
boring.
been
Oh, not
fairly high
boring.
to be able to stain the ceiling
Something's
like that.
too difficult. It gets boring, so I check the guides. I'm not above cheating.
Nothing else of interest in there.
20 megabytes. Cool, I don't know if I've got the space for it.
Was there someone else in the room just now? I thought I heard you talking.
No,
Oh,
I
no.
stubbed my
It's
toe
just
again.
Sometimes I think aloud when investigating crime scenes.
I see.
Did they come in
Say
big
it.
boxes, Rug, I
We don't need
wonder?
any more police officers thinking you're insane. Nothing new to ask him about right now.
Okay. All right, where should we go? The magazine, Usher and Price. Let's go to Usher and Price first. The will people.
Good
Oh, sugar
afternoon,
cubes.
sir. Welcome to the law offices of Usher and Price. May I help
Oh, they
you?
come in big boxes. Oh, you've got them, Zach. That's so cool. Do they come with any
Good
fun
afternoon.
extras?
My name's Miles Fordham.
That's
I'm
so
a private
fun.
investigator, and I'm looking for Jonas Usher.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Usher is not seeing anyone today. If it's a matter of urgent legal importance, you could see Mr. Price.
Oh, no extras. Dang. But I bet the boxes look nice.
The plaque says it's a portrait of Thomas Usher. Looks like a real go-getter. That pipe really clashes with the rest of the decor in here.
Let's see whether I can get him to talk to me.
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
If I may ask, what is the reason for Mr. Usher's refusal to see anyone today?
He has a rather important trial starting tomorrow and doesn't want to run the
Hey,
risk of
July.
falling
Good
ill.
day.
Falling ill?
Mr. Usher is very particular about his health. Very.
I suppose that's fair
I
enough.
see. Sir, it is of the utmost importance that I speak with Mr. Usher.
And as I said, he isn't taking visitors today.
But it's in regards to his client.
Ooh, I do
Desiree
like the
Lathan,
book covers. They're
or
very
should I say,
beautiful.
former client.
Miss Lathan
My
found
sister
another
gave me all
attorney?
of her old
No, I'm sorry to be
Terry
the one to
Pratchett
have to
books.
inform you, but she's dead.
Dead? I had no idea.
No? It was in today's newspaper.
I haven't read it yet. Mr. Usher
I've got-
forbids it in the office.
But surely he's read it. Just because he forbids you reading the paper in the office.
No, I mean he forbids the presence of newspapers in the office. He fears they bring in outside germs.
I've got one of the
see.
newer Terry
In
Pratchett
any
books. I
case,
say
if what
newer,
you say is
probably like
true, I'll
10,
need
15
some
years.
sort of proof.
I suppose just bringing in a copy of the newspaper is out of the question then. Well, we'll
And
have
it
to
just
find
doesn't have the
another
same
way.
charm.
Perhaps Mr. Usher will see me when he sees this.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
A letter from Mr. Usher to his client, Desiree Lathan.
What? That's private correspondence. How did you get that?
Because she's
It
dead,
was
you know.
evidence I found at a crime scene.
And how is it relevant?
The crime scene in question was Miss Lathan's own bedroom, where she was found burned to death.
That's quite a claim, Mr. Fordham. I can assure you that Mr. Usher deals primarily with facts. Right now, the only fact this letter proves to me is that you somehow rummaged through Miss Lathan's possessions.
I do like a
and
good
acquired
rummage.
it.
He does have a point.
A bit of a
We need
rummage.
Something a bit more persuasive.
Okay, we'll come back later.
Right. Enjoy.
F and HC, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Let's go to the supper club because we did find them first.
Nobody's bothered clearing this table yet, it seems. The bridge to Lyon overlooking the House of Parliament. I
Oh, wow,
suppose
look,
seeing
Big
that
Ben.
helps the patrons of this club put on airs. That painting depicts a hand dropping a bunch of blood-soaked silver coins into another hand. Definitely sets the bar for the type of people who come here, I'd say.
Newspapers, I don't know, they're a bit gross, aren't they? Like you get the
pay me to
ink
drink
on
that
your
rubbish.
hands and stuff.
These are all high-end foo-foo.
I don't see anything else to look at.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, well, hello there, handsome. I've never seen you around here before. Care to join me for a drink?
Thank you, but I'm on duty.
On duty? What are you, a cop?
Force of habit. I'm a private investigator, actually.
Oh, not much better, if you ask me.
The name's Miles Fordham, and you are?
Charlotte, rather known.
Pleasure. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I suppose not. It would help pass the time.
Do we recognize her name?
Were you here for the Grand Dame's ball the other night?
Of course, we all were.
So she's
Well,
another
except for
Grand
Laura.
Dame.
Terrible business.
You mean Laura Dupre?
The very same.
Yeah! Yeah.
In fact, I investigated her attempted murder.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was
I
me.
heard she ended up in jail.
Yeah, I found out. Yeah, that was me.
Yes, it was quite disturbing.
Oh, yeah, very
I didn't
disturbing.
think Laura was capable of such a thing.
No,
She
horrible.
always seemed so kind. I
She
guess we
wasn't.
all have our dark secrets.
Does that apply to you as well, Miss Robino?
If I told you, then it would no longer be a secret, would it?
Fair point. Do you know Desiree Lathan?
I knew her, yes.
When did you last speak to her?
Oh, it's been ages. She and I haven't had much to do with each other for a while.
Why is that?
It's really not important. We just didn't see eye to eye on a few things.
Was she at the Grand Dame's ball?
Yes, she was. Drinking up a storm as usual. Desi really knew how to enjoy herself.
How much did she drink?
So she knows she's dead.
No. She used to outmatch me, and I can handle quite a bit.
Well, tell me
Tell
about
me a little
yourself.
about yourself.
Why, Mr. Fordham, I hardly know you. Well, that said, I'm always open to making new friends.
Ooh, watch out, Miles. I think she's getting ready to pounce.
Oh, no, we don't bathe, we don't shave, we don't change, we don't just in general look after ourselves. Oh yeah, it wasn't schmouch, but yeah, you know what? Now it is. Now, but they say don't change, so do I compliment her?
I must compliment you on your lovely hairstyle.
Oh, how sweet of you to say. Though it is getting a bit ragged. I'm having it done this afternoon, in fact. My girl Adelaide is a treasure.
You don't say.
Well, she must be talented to improve on near perfection.
Oh, such a flattering tongue, Mr. Fordham.
What can you tell me about Desiree's death?
Why am
Why
I complimenting this woman?
Burned to death. It's horrible.
Am I gonna get in trouble with my wife?
In such a gruesome way.
Did she have any enemies? Anyone who might have wanted to do her harm?
No, everyone loved her.
Except you?
Mr. Fordham, I said we haven't had much to do with each other. That doesn't mean I didn't care for her. Now please, let's drop the subject.
Is the name Peter Andrews familiar to you?
Peter Andrews? Is he still around?
I'd be able to tell you that if you told me who he is.
He's desperate. That's who he is. A lovesick fool who is obsessed with Desi. Sent her love letters all of the time.
Would you know where I can find him?
Why would you want to?
Because I want to question him about Miss Lathan's death.
I suppose that makes some sense. All I remember Desi telling me is that he worked at the Bank of Vespuccia, a clerk or some such. Imagine.
Ugh, a clerk? How gross. Yeah, I did. I made it with too much thought. Yeah. I just thought it sounded nice together.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Should I have complimented her? I don't know. Let's go home and apologize to our wife.
Welcome home.
Addie?
What is it, Miles?
You've got an appointment with Charlotte Robino later today, don't you?
Are you using your detecting skills on me now?
I spoke with her at the Gascon Supper Club, and she mentioned you. Turns out she knew Desiree Lathan.
Makes sense. That social circle is tiny.
She wasn't very forthcoming, though. Do you think you might try and persuade her to talk?
Persuasion shouldn't be necessary. She usually just sits in a chair and starts gossiping up a storm. I think I know more about all the Gascon Grand Dames than anyone should.
That's good. That's very good.
Here's what I want to
These are
know.
the things I want you to ask her about.
So you want me to take off about an inch, but keep enough for your curls?
Yes,
Maybe I
that's
didn't
right. You know how I like
know
it,
enough.
Adelaide.
Has anyone special caught your eye recently?
Ha! No, I think I'm getting too old for most of the young pups I see around these days.
Her feet don't hit the
Besides,
floor. How cute.
Marriage has proved to be more trouble than it's worth. I'm finished with that whole game. Although there was one fellow who came into the supper club today. Pity he was only interested in asking questions.
Oh?
Yes, the dark brooding type. Sleepless nights etched all over his face. Still handsome, though. I invited him to join me for a drink, but he refused. Turned out he was a private investigator, if you can believe it.
Oh? What was he asking about?
Nothing of consequence. I didn't tell him very much anyway.
Probably for the best he didn't join you for that drink then. How was the Grand Dame's ball? Was your hairdo a hit?
Oh, it was. All those other old biddies were practically fainting with jealousy. Truth be told, though, the evening was rather dull. Just the regular crowd of wags and gossips. You know, sometimes I envy people like you, Adelaide.
People like me?
Yes, you know, ordinary people. Being
No,
a
I
member of
just give away
high society
porridge.
can be so
Only on Tuesdays,
draining.
though.
One quite lacks a sense of purpose, of ordinary, honest usefulness that comes from a good day's labor.
Have you done much of that sort of labor yourself, madam?
What? No, of course not. But I imagine it must be quite
Oh, yeah.
good for the soul.
Super good
quite
for the
grounding.
soul.
Just being
What they say.
you are. No airs or
A
pretense.
hard day labor,
Oh,
hard
you've
day
missed
of
a bit there
labor
on the
is
left, dear.
great for your
Do
soul.
be sure it comes out even.
Certainly, madam.
Yeah.
I was reading in the paper this morning about what happened with Desiree Lathan. Did you hear about that?
Oh, such a tragedy. Poor Desi. We hadn't talked in a long time, but how terrible to think of her dying in such a horrible way.
My condolences.
Thank you, dear.
I'm worried I've done this in the wrong order.
Did you and Desiree used to be friends?
Oh, we were like sisters at one point.
What happened?
What else? A man got involved.
Was it
You were
Peter?
both after the same man?
No, quite the contrary. We both enjoyed being unattached and had vowed to keep it that way. The Spinster Sisters, we used to call ourselves. But I fell for a man a few years ago. We got married, and Desiree stopped speaking to me.
That's a shame.
Yes, especially considering the marriage only lasted a few brief months. I lost both my husband and my best friend. I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned in that.
I heard someone mention that Desiree had her portrait painted recently.
Yes, I heard that too. I think it was Caroline who told me. Yes, that was it, Caroline. She was looking for a portrait artist and told me Desiree had found one. Roger DeVay, I think she said his name was.
Roger DeVay? Sounds mysterious. Who is he?
Well, I don't know about mysterious. He's just an artist. Not a very good one either, from what I hear.
He didn't do a good job on the portrait?
Oh, no, he did fine. I just meant he hasn't really taken off. His paintings aren't worth very much, you see. But Desiree took a liking to him very quickly. Even went as far as giving him an extra key to her apartment. If there was anything more going on between them, I couldn't say. But
Right.
she could have done a lot better, if you ask me. I mean, he's barely even an artist now. I heard he took a teaching position at the university. Now, who would want their likeness immortalized by a lecturer?
Ugh, a
I
lecturer,
see.
God.
I hope he makes it in the world someday.
Miracles may happen.
I have to say, your musical selection for today is lovely.
It's nice to know someone like you can appreciate some of the finer points of culture.
Someone like
In case
me.
you were wondering, the piece is the
Rude.
Fourth Symphony by a composer named Theophilus von Wagner.
Yes, it's refreshing to hear the Fourth Symphony for a change. Most people know von Wagner for his Fifth Symphony or his Lute Concerto in D minor.
Oh, you know von Wagner?
Although I admit he isn't one of my favorite Baroque composers, I can
Yeah,
appreciate
you
what he
tell
brought to the
her.
movement. I'm more in favor of Scaravaldi. His development of the Concerto Grosso makes for a much richer musical tapestry. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, well, perhaps so.
Do you have any favorites among Scaravaldi's works?
His first symphony is quite riveting.
Do you mean his concerto for mandolin? He didn't have a first symphony as such.
Well, yes. That's what I meant. As much as I enjoy chatting, perhaps you
How
should
embarrassing.
concentrate on what you're doing, dear.
Yeah.
Quite chilly out today, isn't it?
Yes, a good day for spending indoors.
Probably means we'll be getting an earlier winter.
It's a good thing I bought a new set of coats then.
Yeah, thank goodness you did.
Good. I think that's all finished.
Wouldn't want her to be without her
It was a
coats.
pleasure, as always.
Likewise, Miss Robino. I'll see you next week. And she didn't tip very well either.
I'm sorry, dear.
Probably
Sounds
put her on the
positively
spot.
dreadful.
No more than the other Gascon Grand Dames. I just hope you managed to get something useful from that.
All right. Right, lad. Should we save it here? I feel like it's quite nice. A nice plot or nice point to leave it. Yeah, nice point to leave it for today. Yeah, no, it was good. Oh, shit. Just cut out the stream immediately. We solved one case and we started another. I think that we did quite well on the kidnapping. Yeah, like you know, in reality, that lady's probably quite nice compared to the other people that would have been alive at that point and that rich. You know, she's probably quite nice and quite kind. But obviously we look at her now and we think she's an asshole, but you know. No, thank you very much for coming, lads. I'm gonna let you out. Just gonna let you out, let you go wherever you fancy going today. Thank you very much for coming. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Siberia 2. And we're going to be finishing Siberia 2, actually. So we'll be finishing Siberia 2. Friday, we're either going to be playing Broken Sword 2 or we're going to be trying out a different game. So keep yourselves on the edge of your seats to find out what we'll be playing on Friday. Yeah. All right, lads. No, thank you very much for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time. Have a lovely Tuesday. I was going to say Monday. Have a lovely Tuesday. Thank you very much. Bye-bye, lads. Bye. And Bread, I'll see you later, Bread. I hope you're having a good day.